opportunities. I just think the lack in volume will be the problem. We're not seeing great volume coming off of this right now. So yeah, it looks like it got halted at first, and usually this halt is probably news related. Got halted at first. News came out, and then there's the play action that's not looking so hot. So, Peter, anything on it?
Yeah, they had a drug that failed its phase 3 trial, so there's probably a lot of people in lab coats who are sweating it out today as that stock price drops so significantly, as you point out. Their CEO, who is a doctor, Emil Kakas, said, "We continue to explore the data to gain deeper understanding of the findings." That is BS bingo talk for damn, that didn't work. We're going to figure out what to do next. So
Yeah.
they started
Ouch.
by saying we are surprised and disappointed by these results. And anyway, so yeah, it's not a happy holidays over there at Rare, which is really Ultragenyx Pharmaceutical Inc.
Yeah. Yeah. Not looking good there. We'll leave that alone. It'll be popcorn, actually. I want to see how this looks a little bit later. So I'm going to add it to our
Okay,
popcorn list here just to see what's happening, but probably not going to
sure, why not?
uh, um, be tradable. All right, friends, let's go to you guys. Yes, I haven't added any of my usual suspect, but I will. I'm trying to keep room for stuff that might be actually in play. But yeah, don't get me wrong. Me and Peter are going to be watching probably Nvidia, Tesla. MU has been actually pretty good the last two trading days, right? Which would have been Friday
Yeah.
and Wednesday. Yeah, Friday and Wednesday. And probably Apple, right? PLTR is on my previous list as well. So AMD also. So we'll probably do our usual stuff, but I'm trying to leave room for stuff that's actually in play first. SLV, yes, Insane Trader. We did talk about this one. This is what's driving a lot of the miners and the silver stocks down today. Yeah, you know what? We could watch it today. I normally won't trade it, but this is a big news as far as what's, if anything's moving and in play, is this one, SLV. So I'm going to put SLV here just so you look at some tickets that you like. I'm probably not going to trade it, but who knows? Maybe today could be the day where, we have such a massive sell-off that we can provide some opportunities. Now, this is an ETF, so it is sitting on the American Stock Exchange. You can still trade this one. I usually don't, but we'll keep it on here because it is something that's in play this morning. All right, let's go to you guys. See what you guys liked so far this morning. We'll start here in our beautiful chat room at Trading Terminal. I'm sorry, at Bearwood Traders. Let's see what we got going on. AG is another one. Steve, yes, AG is one you could watch as well, which is probably more tradable as well than many tickers. So look at that one. AG is another one as well. We'll put slash AG. Again, might not stay there,
Oh,
depending how
it's
things
cold in
go.
here.
All right, let's continue. And what else, friends? Let's take a look here. POTR, AVGO. Let's start there. POTR this morning. We are down slightly. And if you look at our tickers, they're all down slightly, right? POTR down 1.4. NVIDIA also down 1.4 with some volume. So I actually do like the way NVIDIA looks. And I think it'll be going to have this morning. I do have to add, I'm actually going to put this down here because you know what? Although I know this is on here, I know I'm just not going to trade it. It's not going to be my first go-to. This silver and AG. So I'm going to put it down here, friends. Nvidia is something I will trade, so I'm going to add Nvidia on here. I got to tell you though, the first couple of minutes of Nvidia in the last couple of days has been brutal. So let's hope that that's not the case. So they have not been easy, man. Tesla also down 1.5 as well, 1.4 million shares traded. Look at Tesla pulling away from 500, man. We might have to give our eight ball the first loss in some time. It's been really good, but this might not happen now. Just pulling away
That,
further and further.
Carlos?
Oh, actually, let me not speak too quickly because if Santa Claus rally does get going, we can see some. Yeah, let me. This might
You
be like a
could.
buzzer hitter. It could,
Yeah.
but it's not looking good right now, Peter. What's your thoughts?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. It doesn't look like it's going to make it to that $500 mark before the end of the year, but you were saying that it wouldn't. The Magic 8 Ball said that it would. we'll see what happens. I got so very close, but yeah, it's definitely fallen off. I mean, it's still within shooting range. It's just a
Oh yeah,
one-day
yeah.
move can get it right back there. But yeah, it doesn't look like it. Now, officially, the Santa Claus rally that people talk about is in effect right now. It's technically the last 5 days of the trading year and the first 2 days of the next. So that would be essentially, it said it would be happening now with the last day of the Santa Claus rally again, officially being Monday the 5th, right? Because we have the trading day on Friday the 2nd and then the 5th. And right now we are in day, we're day 3. Today would be day 3 of the 5 here in the year, right? So I don't know. I mean, you got to remember the Santa Claus rally just means technically over the last 100 years, the market generally has gone up over this 7-day trading period. The average that it's gone up is only about 1.4%. So we're not talking about a huge move. And in the last decade, the move has actually even been less than traditionally it was. So it feels like the Santa Claus rally is wearing off a little bit, but it's fun to talk about. We'll see if it happens.
Tesla to the list, friends. I think it'll definitely be in play, one to watch, and again, we'll see where the opportunities lie in here. But man, very active pre-market activity. So this is what you want to see. We could care less if it goes up or down. We want to see this activity continue into the market open and give us some trading opportunities. All right, what else, friends? You got Tesla. We got someone mentioned AVGO. Let's take a look at that. AVGO. You know what? We had our fun. I think. I think AVGO. We had our fun. Since then, look at it on Friday, did not trail that well. And if you go back right over here, if you go back to other days, it has not traded all that clean. So I think we had our fun right in here in these couple of days. I think it's going back to its regular volume of trading, which creates really poor trading, day trading activity for us. So I don't think I'll be watching this one going forward. I think it gave us our fun here already. All right. What else, friends? Taking a look here. WOK, WOK. Starting to get going here. Starting to become alive. Just 102% this morning. Hard to borrow. SSR. Work Medical Technology. Is this daily correct? Look at this daily. Stock goes $800, 750. Or is this some kind of SPAC or movement? I don't know what's going on. In fact, just looking at this scares me. I don't want no parts of this stuff, man. Yeah. What's the float on this? It's got to be pretty low as well. Less than 1 million shares float. So, yeah, man. No, thank you. Well, thank you, Peter. Can there potentially be any news behind this?
There is, but as soon as I read the headlines, I get nervous because this is a medical device company out of China, and they say that this is Work Medical Technology Group, and they say their subsidiary received manufacturing approval from the Hunan Provincial Medical Products Administration for a blood cell morphology analyzer, which I guess that's the news. But this overall, as soon as you mention Hunan and blood, I get nervous already. So, not that it's ever been proved that that's where COVID came from, but in any event. Yeah, this is not a company I want to do anything with.
Yeah, I mean, it's just wild daily here too, man. No, thanks. All right. I think that's it, friends. I think I'm set. I got my list here. I got CoreWeave, Rigetti, NVIDIA, and Tesla, which I think is a solid list. You can add POTR to that as well. We know silver is in play today, so I got 2 tickers down there you can look at, ETF and AG, and then we have Oklo, Baba, and Rare for our popcorn ticker this morning. So I'll stop there. Let's get over to our website, bearbertrades.com. We do have some. What happened?
Did I? Harvey's pointing out that I mixed up Hunan with Wuhan. I think he's right, actually. I did. See?
Okay.
That's my lack of familiarity, and still made me nervous.
Not that much different with the letters, but yeah, it could be two totally different places.
Different place.
Could be two.
That's fair.
Yeah, easy to
If I get it
confuse.
wrong,
Yeah,
I get it wrong. Nothing wrong with that, but.
So that's Wuhan. So Wuhan, WUHAN, was the one with the potential leak.
The wet market. where it all came from? Yeah,
Okay.
maybe it's my brain is cold. It is freezing in here. I'm waiting for my computer equipment to warm up my office here. That's normally what happens, but it's normally only has to, warm it up by a couple of degrees. We're coming from well behind the eight ball here. It's this morning. It's chilly.
I hear you,
Anyway.
brother. All right, today's beautiful Monday. We do have a full schedule, I believe, here. So Peters will take us through that, and then we'll show you what kind of deals we have going on.
Yeah. Let's talk about that because it is a regular Monday with all the activities you would expect, including the onboarding class, which happens in the evening. We love that onboarding class. It happens at 8 o'clock tonight because for anybody that's new, if you just new, welcome to the community. We love having you here. Or if you just think, you know what, it's time to just get on top of this game, get a refresher of everything you can get out of the community and how to get started in trading, that onboarding class is the place to go. That's for all membership classes. I don't care how long you've been here or what type of membership you've got. You can join at 8 p.m. in the onboarding room with Carlos, who will be leading that. During the day today, we do have the order map session that Nathan's giving. That's at noon in the webinar room. It's a great if you want to understand how to manage your order volume profiles. We use the Atlas tool here, which is provided by tradingterminal.com, and it's a great tool. But if you want to understand better what that means and how you use them, then Nathan would be the guy to talk to, and he can help you out with understanding that better. We also have a special session tonight, the onboarding session for boot camp. The next PC boot camp is starting in about a week, so you want to be ready for that. And Mike is going to do that onboarding session that helps you get ready for it. You can never start too early. In fact, right now is the perfect time to make sure that you're sort of thinking about how you want to get the maximum value out of that boot camp, because it's pretty intense. Once it starts, baby, and there's a lot of material and information coming at you. So the more you can get ahead, the better. So 7 o'clock tonight is the time for that. You can join that on tradingterminal.com. That's a free webinar that you can join there. We have a link on our website. You can either go to tradingterminal.com and click on webinars, or go to the Bearable Traders website and scroll down to the webinars, and there's a link there too. So either way, go and check it out. If you want to join us here at Bearable Traders and be part of the trading community, where not only can we talk stocks like this and have a lot of fun, but you can get an idea of what people are doing, support from the community in your trading journey, because it's a pretty lonely and individual endeavor most of the time. It's great to have a community around you. Consider joining us. Right now, we've got our holiday special going on. We can get 60% off the Elite Annual. That is always your best deal, and now it's an even better deal, so consider that. If you already have a membership, that just adds on to the end. You will never lose any time. If you're not ready for that, well, the intro is a good place to get started. Give it a shot. Kick the tires, see what it's like. We hope you'll be convinced that this is the type of community you want to be part of over the long term. So, Carlos, we're actually getting closer to the open than I would have thought. So let's set some levels. And then mods, if you're getting your lists in there, let me know what you'll be watching. And I will, in turn, let everybody know in just a couple of minutes.
Yep, absolutely, man. Let's get ready here. We're looking at CoreWeave. It's the first one on my list this morning, which is checking out the Qs, man. The Qs continue to make a new low here. The weakness is in this morning in the overall market. So, and you're going to start seeing some of our tickers coming up here. I do see MU now crossing the 2% line down this morning. NVIDIA, Tesla still at 1.5 down, but there's some that are starting to cross that 2%. So this list is going to get bigger as we move forward here in this pre-market session. All right, let's go to CoreWeave. Let's start looking at what we have going on here. Low of the pre-market 73.03 is right over here. So 73.03 for the low of the pre-market. The high is pretty close to some of the levels we have here, like the low from Friday, right? So right on there, pretty close. I'll just leave that there. I mean, we could mark it if you like. 75.56 is a couple of cents away from that low from last trading day. Towards the bottom, we do have 70.97 right on there, and then below that, that's a good level. 70.97 is a great level. Look how much support you have right around this area. A lot of days opening and closing around that area as well, but a lot of support happening there. So let's see what it does when it gets down there. If it was to lose that, if this weakness continues, 69.29 can be the next level there as well. All right, continuing here towards the top, you're set with the highs and lows for the last two trading days and the previous day close as well. So nothing to add there. Next on my list is going to be what I had here. I had Rigetti. Rigetti, right? So a lot of quantum tickers are feeling the pressure as well. 2160 is the low of the pre-market there. Another great level off the daily coming out around 2101. So I'm going to mark that there too. And you can see here a couple of daily levels pretty good off that previous day close and high of the pre-market. So that's a big, big level that we are trying to hold on to this morning, but already below that. So let's see if we can recover, or is it going to be more downside for Rigetti? Another level at 2341, then above that, plenty of levels of the highs and lows for the last two trading days. Big sell-off day, well, not big, but decent sell-off day on Friday, and today starting off on the weaker side as well, with a lot of stuff in the market. 2004, another great level towards the bottom there. Resistance that eventually broke out, became support. We'll see if that amounts to anything if we do get down there for Rigetti. One of our usual suspects, I got two this morning. I have Nvidia and Tesla, but here's Nvidia right now, stuck between the highs and lows of the last two trading days here. Towards the bottom low of the pre-market is 87.45. We did this just a few ago, very early on, 4 o'clock in the morning. We're coming up to it again here. Let's see if that is going to continue to hold, or are we going to drop lower on Nvidia. Look at the bigger picture on the daily. Another area will be right around 185.52. We'll slam one there, and then just in case, guys, because this thing is looking a lot of blood in the screen today, man. A lot, this bloodbath of lists this morning, a lot of red. So just in case, let's be ready. I think Santa Claus needs to wake up here. 183.81 is the next level I see. He's tired. He's probably, he's taking his time. 183.81, another level towards the bottom here on Nvidia, trading very well this morning. 3.6 million shares traded, and then towards the top, guys, you do have the highs and lows for the last two trading days. You can mark down the high of the pre-market all the way at 189.95 just in case. And then let's go over to our good buddy Tesla, which again losing some ground here. High of the pre-market 471.77. So it's actually a little bit, where is that? Oh, it's right over here. You can barely see it right there. 471.77, and then the low of the pre-market over at 467.25. Once you do that towards the top, you're pretty set, guys. Plenty of levels. Look at the rejection. 490 was just not having it, friends. Not having it. I mean, wow. We tried very hard there. Then towards the bottom there, we're going to look at 462.76. And then right over here, over at 457.60. So that's Tesla, trading very nice this morning. Let's see if that continues into the market open. All right, that is what I have. Peter, what is our team looking at today?
Our team is looking at a lot of the usual suspects, as you might imagine. We've got Jared, who's watching silver futures, and he's going to be looking at Tesla. Raf, who's reminding us that Palm Springs is in California. Thanks. Megan is watching AMD, Micron, and Rocket Lab? Really? Rocket Lab. Okay, RKLB. Eamon is looking for reversals, but hasn't yet settled on anything. Phil's watching Tesla, NVIDIA, AMD, and Broadcom. Andrew, he's got his list. He's going to be watching NVIDIA, Tesla, AMD, and Rocket Lab as well. So, Carlos, did we miss something on Rocket Lab? What's going on with it so far this morning? It
let's take a look.
That active to me. I'm not sure what the interest is, but all right. But somebody knows something. Share with the class. And then I've got the usual suspects. I'll watch CoreWeave as well just to see if it does anything, and we watching the scanners to see what pops up. Brian, who will also be trading live, NVIDIA, AMD, and IonQ. Another one we didn't really talk about this morning, but it's actually been moving down pretty steadily here this morning. So I like IonQ better than some of the others, but I'll wait and see if it does anything interesting. It's a NYSE stock, so I just find those a little tougher. All right. Yeah. That's what we got this morning. Whatever you do, stay warm, everybody, and don't get scammed. There you go. That's our message for the morning.
Don't get scammed.
Stay warm and don't get scammed.
Oh yeah. All right, friends, over in chat, take care. Trade safe. I see Andrew's ready to go. Brian's ready to go. These guys will be with you here in a second. And yes, another free funded account giveaway later today. So we gave one on Friday. We're going to be doing one every single day into I run out of codes, or it's Andrew tells me to stop. And I got a lot of codes. We have a lot of codes. Andrew gave me a list, mile long, of codes for to give away. So good luck to our Lambos and Garbage Truck family there. All right, friends. Oh, take care, and we'll see you a little bit later.
Everybody doing?
Good morning.
Monsieur, last week of
Good
2025?
Yeah. What?
Last week of 2025.
Yes, last week of 2025. Where has the year gone?
Yes, sir. Nice. Nice. So why the market is gapping down? I don't know what happened. Is there any data, Cammy?
I don't think there's no real big economic data. There's the Fed meeting minutes on Wednesday, I think, but there's nothing really. I mean, they tightened they tightened the margin requirements on silver, which after it's been going ballistic. So that's usually the first thing they try to do to slow things down. So let's see what happens. Yeah, PLTR could do the PLTR thing. It'll pop up at the open and then it'll completely flush, do a 180. AMD is looking really weak.
Oh, INQ is popping up.
Yeah. Now it's going green. I think that's a fake out.
AMD's down. 211.
Okay, so things could be choppy today, guys. Low volume. So just be careful.
PLTR.
Dang it.
Nope. All right, 1 minute to the open. I see many people are not in the chat room, so people are taking time off, huh?
Yeah, I'm sure that's the case. Oh, fuck. Not pop. Wow, Accuse and Spire popping back up.
All right.
Okay, here we go. Ding, ding, ding.
Ding, ding. Rocket Lab has good volume. What's Tesla doing? Wow, Tesla is pretty weak now. Tesla is going towards 466. NVDA Also did a nice 1 minute swing range breakdown.
AMD is really weak.
Yeah, semis are really weak.
AMD is probably dropping too.
NVDA, I'm watching no trades for me. Yeah, Tesla really sold off. Qs are trying to bounce back. Silver SLV. Silver is down 7%, huh? Wow.
Yeah.
Has good volume, SLV. Is that leverage or no? Just the trust?
SLV is just the trust.
Qs are popping back above the VWAP, TQQ. It's interesting. IWM popped up. No trades for me yet. I haven't got the conviction. Qs look like they're bouncing back. I'm gonna get a long on TQQ 54.33. Let's see if Qs close above the VWAP. Looks like
I'm
5.
long IONQ.
NVDA, Tesla. Long TQQ. See if you can pop above the VWAP. Tesla is struggling. Tesla went down, huh? NVIDIA is coming back above the VWAP. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of what happened to my Atlas. Is my Atlas down? Yeah, Qs are first 5 minutes is gonna close now.
It's coming back up here. Okay, I'm getting out of this IONQ trade. I don't really like it, so I'm just flat on that trade. Rocket
I'm getting out of
Lab
I'm getting out of my TQQ trade. I've been reducing my share size. I keep a little bit, but it doesn't seem to me like a clean breakout. Like I had a big size, but I just take a smaller size, only 10,000 shares. Tesla. there you go. Now it's moving.
Yeah, now INQ is moving too. Oh, everything's sort of popping up here.
Nice. All right, Q's now partial in 52.62 is going to S4. Nice. Oh, nice Q's. NVIDIA is popping up very nicely.
Yeah. Yeah, AMD came ripping back.
Yeah. I'm getting a long on NVIDIA as well. Getting a long on NVIDIA toward 188. Yeah, NVIDIA is making a bullish engulfing.
Wow, look at the Qs and SPY just ripping up.
TQQ 55. Wow.
Whew. Unbelievable.
I'm long NVIDIA, guys, as well. Very big size on NVIDIA. Let's get to 188. Looks like a bullish engulfing now. 188 market atlas is there. Yeah, this is a bullish engulfing pattern.
I'm long in video with you there. You can take some profits here actually at 188. Wow. Qs are going to go.
Wow.
Qs and SPY look like they're going to go green.
Yeah, I'm partialing, guys, now here 188. I have a very big size on NVIDIA, so reducing it to only 10,000 shares. Why did I take that many? Wow. Nice. It's going to be a great trade. Amen. Wow. Amen. Caught this AMD so early then. Wow. Beautiful.
Yeah, he said he was looking for a reversal. So there you go.
Oh, nice. Oh. All right, so now watching NVIDIA going higher. 188.76 could be a level.
Yeah, I was going to say 188 and 80 is S3.
Oh, look at that.
Here we go.
Look at this beauty. Oh, sorry, I have some issues with the webcam.
Got some more there. Tesla rejected at that 20 EMA.
What a morning. What a morning.
Yeah.
It's amazing. All right, so let's add a little bit on NVIDIA here, 188.19. See if we can get to 189. NVIDIA, yeah, there's big order at 189. I'm going to put some order on as well on 189. $1,000 shares sell at 189.10. TQQ was nice too. That was a very nice pop-up. TQQ as well.
Just about anything was good after that little bit of a sell-off.
Except Tesla. Tesla couldn't really pop off.
Yeah, Tesla's. I kind of figured Tesla was going to be. Tesla was ugly last trading day. So.
Gary, what did you trade? SPX calls from $15 to 22. Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, that was a great trade.
See TQQ is going up or not.
AMD's just went green there for a second. Nice trade, John.
All right, let's see if TQQ can go higher. I don't want to add on to TQQ because it is in some resistances, but I did add on NVIDIA. Let's see if NVIDIA can go higher. I'm long both TQQ and NVIDIA, which kind of probably they trade the same. All right, NVIDIA is coming back to my break-even point very close. So it's a question if I want to get it stopped out or I want to hold it. By adding that an NVIDIA, my average is now above the VWAP. Still, there's big order at 188. But I don't know if this squeeze has momentum in it or not. Probably does, but I'm just having a bad average.
I didn't add.
Yeah, I think it's very likely to go up, but my average is now messed up, so I'm getting out of my NVIDIA, guys, because it's now at my break-even point. I stick to my trade management rule, but I think it still has the room to go up, but it's just, yeah, it was bad ad. It's better to stick to your rule and get it stopped out rather than get into the habit of breaking the rules. My rule is I get out at the break even. So when I went long here, so when I went long here and I added here, my average became in the middle. So now it's my break even. So I better to get out of it. I think it's still very likely to go up to 189, but I'd rather to watch it than get into the habit of breaking my rules. Tesla was absolutely garbage. Tesla really didn't do anything.
Yeah, it's terrible. So we're getting a bit of a pullback now in the markets. Yeah, it is a very strange looking chart, John, on the SPY. And the Qs. SPY's lost the VWAP now. Yeah, it's possible.
Oh, TQQ is dropping. Oh, I'm glad I got out of it. Right, user
Yeah,
drop.
look at
That
yeah,
original
SPY's
pop.
dropping.
Yeah, original pop
Yeah.
doesn't do anything. Carlos got chopped up on Tesla. Yeah, Tesla is really hard price action.
Hey, we got a bounce on the cues off of VWAP.
TSLL is trying to come back up. Tesla.
Yeah, I was looking at Tesla. I was tempted to take it long. I think I might take a bit of a long Tesla here.
Tesla looks like it wants to go to 470 is a very big ask sitting.
Yeah, 470. Yeah. Just have a small long position on this, trading 465 calls. I might regret this.
Yeah, Tesla looks like looks like it's squeezing. There's a lot of resistances up. This moving averages on 5-minute chart is not great. But it doesn't look that bad. I wouldn't take the trade because I had a really good profitable day. So I would stay away from over trading. So I'm more into right now into the handcuff mode.
Yeah, I'm out of Nvidia, and I'm looking like I'm going to get stopped out of Tesla. Can hold this 90 or this moving average here, 20 EMA.
All right, Nvidia is losing it.
I'm out of it. Qslet and SPY look like they're heading lower.
Yeah, don't overtrade, Brian. If you had a good day, I think you took the Nvidia with me, yeah.
I had an okay day.
Oil is up 58. Bitcoin is still garbage.
Yeah, oil's up 2% this morning.
Oil.
Yeah, this is a really erratic session.
Guys, remember, guys, the main cause of inconsistency is trading when you really don't need to. So I'm done with trading. I don't need to do anything. Even if there's really amazing opportunities, I just watch it. You can just walk away. You know, it doesn't bother me if you guys leave. Just walk. If you don't have anything to trade, just slowly leave.
Yeah, or if you've had a good day, don't overtrade.
Nice. Nvidia. Yeah, AMD, we got a really nice pop, and Oh, Nvidia really losing it. Oh, TQQ. Oh, damn, TQQ is back into my entry point. So I'm gonna get out of my TQQ as well, guys. I was some long TQQ, but I got out of it. It was a nice pop. So I was pretty out mostly by 188.80. I was mostly out of my position. I took a big size on Nvidia, yeah, but I was out mostly by 188.80. That's why I added more on that. Um, I'm trading a little bit recklessly. I should take a little bit of a smaller size.
We're back to where we opened after that bit of a roller coaster.
Yeah, 30 minutes of round trip, useless round trip.
Yeah.
So Christian,
wow.
Christian is asking, why are you entering into trades with multiple entries? My buying power, my hotkeys are set based on buying power. So I'm buying $50,000 worth of NVDA. So in that case, I think $50,000 would be like 300 shares. How much would it be? Yeah, something like that. And if I have, confidence in the trade, I press that hotkey multiple times. So that's why I'm getting in, and I send multiple orders to the market. So it's based on buying power. If I just want to be in there, I just press it once, just one time, 1,000 share of TQQ, see what's going to happen. But sometimes I press multiple times. If I have a really big confidence in the trade, that's why you see, multiple. AMD short, nice foil.
Yeah, amazing. That was what a reversal. I mean, that was a hard trade. That was a V reversal, really. Tesla looks like it's it's testing low of day right now.
AST Space Mobile popped up. Oh, what did Rigetti do? Rigetti didn't do anything, huh?
No.
PLTR, nothing. Silver sold off.
Yeah, silver actually popped. It was funny, the futures had actually popped up on that news. It was trading up last night, another 5%.
What was the news on futures?
I think they increased the margin requirements on holding silver, which has always been one of the things that took the wind out of the sails of the price action. Because a lot of this price action might just be on margin too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, is that right? Major bank got a margin call. Yeah. Well, I think it was the exchange that increased the margin requirements. So yeah, that can cause some people to have to liquidate their positions. part of their positions anyway.
Wow, silver. Wow, Tesla broke down. Tesla.
Yeah, just lost a little day there.
Tesla broke down, but I don't know. I'm not really trusting shorting it right now. It has bounced a couple of times.
Yeah, this the trading, the action here is really erratic. If you don't have to take a trade, just sit in your hands.
Well, I'm up very nicely, so I have no problem sitting on my hands. All right, so how was Christmas, everybody? They had a good Christmas week? See family, friends? I'm glad I woke up today. I had a good trading day. So December 29, Thursday is the holiday. So we have 2 more trading days and then Monday back to the grind.
It was a good grind though. We have Vegas to look forward to.
Yeah, Vegas is nice, guys. We do live trading, guys, in Vegas in Money Show, 23rd to 25th of February. I'm not 100% sure if you want to do this year's summit. So maybe if anyone wants to just join for live trading, maybe Money Show would be nice. Because they do everything. They do, they have the internet, they have the room, they have everything. Why would be going through the issue? So maybe we can have a but I'd like to have a meetup in Austin. I'm considering living out of Vancouver, so I'm looking for places. I want to go back to Austin again and check out Austin. Maybe I move to Austin. Because I'm looking forward to changing my city this year.
What about your apartment?
I
Is
mean,
your
I might,
lease up?
yeah, I might keep my apartment here, but I'm done with
You give
Vancouver.
me you give me the key and the girlfriend.
Maybe he, but not my girlfriend. Does your wife know you're saying this kind of things? Did anyone record this one? Let's destroy Brian's life. His wife does not take these kind of jokes lightly. We have a recording of a chat room. Yeah, London movie is really good too, but London is a different continent. It really scares me a little bit, moving to a different continent. All right,
Well, you came from a different continent. You moved here.
Yeah, Fort Lauderdale is also really nice.
Yeah, probably, Sharif. Yeah, Miami.
Miami is too hot for me. That's the problem. I mean, right now it's nice, but this summer it gets too hot.
Too many hurricanes.
I mean, that's another problem. Living in US also, it's an issue. I don't know. I mean, I don't have residency. I don't know how long I can actually stay in US. That's another thing. Only a few months I think I can stay.
So IONQ finally sold off. Kind of figured it was going to do that.
All right, so NVIDIA is at the low of the day. Tesla, what did Tesla do? Yeah, Tesla is also struggling. Doesn't seem that it wants to go much lower. Looks like the market has found the bottom. Carlos shorted again Tesla, nice.
He's taking a second crack at it, eh?
Yeah, I mean, he partialed, so that was a nice trade in Tesla. Kyle, how much did you make? Nice, $13,000 profit. Nice. Kyle. Kyle, do you have a DAS funded account too? Are you the trader 905? Are you that Kyle or a different Kyle? Nice, Kyle. Very nice profit on this funded account. Nice, Kyle. This one going really well, huh? So you're managing two funded accounts at the same time? Well, that's interesting.
Must be running 5 computers. Oh, IONQ is really selling off now. Damn.
Yeah, I had a good day, guys. I had a $19,000 profit on NVIDIA and TQQ. So NVIDIA was a big position, but it was a nice pop we got. I probably shouldn't have taken that much of a position on it. But TQQ was also pretty nice pop. Seeing my hand. Yeah, Kyle, maybe do one at a time. Don't sign up too many funded accounts. Like I see a lot of people, not a lot of people. Sometimes some people that blow a funded account, back to back, and then we usually email them and say, hey, dude, maybe trade on a simulator a little bit. Like it's not, just don't waste your money like that. But no, it's good. This one looks good, Kyle. Looks like you're making over $10,000. Excited to pay you. I am bored, Alex. Yeah, I mean, trading is boring. Trading is a very boring job. If you are not bored in trading, you're over trading. Of course, I'm bored. If it wasn't for community, I would have gone. I would have gone back to bed now. But You know, it's all about you know, it's all about patience and looking at it. Yeah, so Kyle, funded account, we paid a lot so far on Trading Terminal. So I can actually have the list here. Paid, yeah, so these are the people that I paid so far. So you can actually see my screen. So in the journal, because we have a journal. So Cody got $10,000, Connor, Matthew, Farhad. These are all profit the people are getting. These are their account number. Yeah, there's a lot of people are getting paid so far. So yeah, and they're coming. They're just funded account is pretty nice, going really well. I think the top one was so far. Connor was $11,000, and then Morgan 6,600. I think that one paid. Damir was 6,000. Damir was the second time that he got money from us. Yeah, Amen. Damir is a good trader. He's Russian, huh? Or he's Kazakhstan, somewhere from that. Yeah. This Damir is taking money from a lot from me. I think this was his third or second one. So hotkey is not Luis, but we are actually adding hotkeys very soon, maybe this week. Reza was working on the hotkeys. So it's going to be hotkeys available. So it's going to be a hotkeys button here, so we can actually have it on the keyboard as well. So Mohammed, no, I don't think there is any limits right now. We don't have any rule for it. But if I see someone that is constantly every 3 months they get 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, maybe we ask them nicely that, hey, you know, maybe you can open up your account. But again, if you sign up with a different email, I don't have a way to know you're based on your IP address is the same person or not. But I mean, I don't really want to investigate. Yeah, the DAS funded account is available. You can go through the DAS or through Trading Terminal. The problem with DAS is a very expensive platform, so you pay more higher, and if you blow up with one mistake, then I cannot reset it for you because DAS comes in 3 months packages. But Trading Terminal, if you blow up, then you can sign up again, so it would be more time efficient. Obviously, it's not a platform like DAS, but we're working on it. We're working on the stability, you know, hotkeys, and it's getting really nice, this real-time simulator in Trading Terminal. We rarely have any big issues with Trading Terminal right now. So yeah, Josh, it's all recorded. It's all recorded. All of our webinars, all of our classes, all of the Peak Capital, everything is recorded. So you don't have to worry about missing a class.
Wow, we've gone red on the day. I get as far as where we opened. We're back below where we open now. Crazy. Some of the stuff that's going on, people are, you know, there is tax loss selling. Probably some people at the end of the year taking profits. So you're going to get some of that mixed in here too.
Rocket Lab, yeah, popped up. Silver,
Trading, yeah.
Hughes sold
Trading
off.
silver. What is silver doing this morning? Pretty choppy.
Yeah, that was pretty decent pop we got at the open. Obviously,
Very nice.
have enough momentum to move higher. Any question, guys? I really don't think I'm gonna make any other trades. So, any question? Dr. Teddy, go. No, sorry, that's a different Teddy.
See you, Justin.
Right, Nvidia is trying to find the bottom.
Yeah, it kind of looks like Tesla is too. Tesla's got a big order at 465. All these stocks seem to be trying to find a bottom. PLTR.
Frank, I don't know. I mean, the money show is good if you want to come and get a real experience. It's like going into a movie theater. You know, it's a different experience, but it doesn't necessarily changes your, trading that much. Like if you really want to come and trade live with some other traders, look at them. I mean, you can come, but it really, I don't think it significantly, massively changes your trading. Like you can watch the same
No.
movie on your laptop as well, but if you go into the cinema, it's a different experience. I think it's nice. I like to do it. I like to do it live in front of people, coming and talking, and to show that this is not really a game and we're not really streaming a video game. We actually trade live next to you. But I can't tell if you come, you actually get. It doesn't work. The risk. It doesn't work that way. Like that I tell you, if you come, you get 50% better in trading. Yeah, that's correct. The trading terminal is a different subscription, Ajit.
Yeah, if you think of it as a bunch of, there's a bunch of people there, presenters that are all have different styles of trading or different takes on things. Trading, some people specializing in options. So you can get a chance to go and see and hear those people talk and how they trade. Took a little bit of a long on Tesla just because I was bored. It looks like it's trying to break out here. It's a big order at 465 still.
So why did you enter TQQ? So TQQ was, 1 minute opening range breakout. So this was a 1 minute opening range breakout, and then later it became like a 5 minute opening range breakout as well. So it wasn't engulfing; it was like 1 minute opening range breakout. Nvidia was a bullish engulfing.
I think Tesla's supposed to try out their full self-driving in Austin. Is that this week or two, or sometime? John should know that.
Yeah.
I know. Okay, I'm looking for 465 on these January 2nd, 465 calls. Here we go. Come on.
All right, yeah, everything is bouncing. Would have been a nice bounce to get, huh? Everything's bouncing. Should have taken NVDA long again.
Here we go. We're going to 465.
So Tavi, if I want to go back with a smaller account, I would probably trade the same, like NVDA, Tesla, their leverage product, NVDL, TSLL. I think I would stay the same. It's not about the account size. It's about really. It's about skill of trading, risk management, and you slowly build up your account really nicely, really fast. Actually, you would be surprised. Like we see this in funded accounts. People who in the funded account they double their account in 3 months. That's amazing. Like Kyle is here in the chat room, like from $12,000 to $26,000 in 3 months is amazing. Like it means that you learn the skill. Skill is very important.
Nice, Hamna. Yeah, but it's easy. You have to remember it's easier to double an account that's $10,000 versus doubling an account that's $200,000. You have to trade bigger size.
Exactly.
You might not, might change your psychology, your mental approach if you're dealing with larger sums, bigger losses. NVIDIA looks like it's going to try to break through the VWAP here. There it goes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, partial sum here, Tesla. That was still waiting for this 465 break. Here, maybe now. Here we go. Just teasing. Wow, cues have reversed again here. Man, a bunch of view reversals today. Now we go. Come on, Tesla. Okay, I'm going to take some more off here. It's probably going to blow through this level. Here we go. Filled. Some more there.
What are you trading, Brian?
I went long Tesla.
Tesla. Very nice.
NVIDIA is moving up nicely too.
Silver. Oh, silver is selling off.
Yeah, gold has been selling off. You mentioned these metals on the weekend. They just really way extended from their moving averages. So not surprising today we're getting a pullback.
Support resistance very important to you? No, I do look at the support and resistance, Max. I usually look at the pivot points, S4, R4, daily levels. Not a lot, but previous day close, previous day day high, previous day low, and also levels on the market atlas. Yeah, it's nice if you don't see any, it's okay if you don't see any really trade. I mean, that's totally fine. If you really don't see any trade opportunity, I mean, that's okay. What I saw in NVIDIA was a really big squeeze through the 1 minute candlestick. So this is what I saw, that was really big squeeze through candlestick, and I said that could be a good long stop loss below the VWAP for it. Bullish engulfing, and I was long also Qs, so the market overall was strong in the first 7 minutes. So that's why I took that trade to the long side. So NVIDIA became a bullish engulfing. TQQ was a 1 minute open range breakout. Yeah, you can see, Shirin, you can see the Atlas for Tesla 468. There's a big order going up.
Very nice move up on Tesla, continuation.
All right, nicely. So for me, VWAP is the main important indicator, yes. So VWAP is the most important indicator that I use for day trading. The moving averages are also good because it shows the direction of the move. But for me, the VWAP is I like to go long above the VWAP and it squeezes above the VWAP and short below the VWAP and it loses the VWAP.
Hmm.
And VDA is breaking out.
Yeah, silver continues to leak here. Big pullback today. Filled that gap from Friday.
Yeah, I don't like shorting either. I don't like to short anything right now because it was a strong open. It did sell off, but I don't like to short. It looks like everything is struggling to bounce back and looks like a choppy environment right now.
Okay, silver's tarnishing. Here's 64.
Silver's
Big drop
going down.
there.
Silver is making a nice trend downward.
Might find a bit of support here at 64. It's kind of a breakout area from the 23rd. It got retested on the 24th before moving higher. So shiny rock trade's less fun. I don't know, Jared. I mean, I'll take the run we had. Really went ballistic on Friday. I knew that was a blow off top. You could see the volume too. On that Friday, we had so much volume come in on silver. Did you want to go and see our friends on YouTube?
Yes. Let's go to YouTube.
I see my sign in the background there.
Yes.
It hurts.
Sign in
It
the
hurts every
background
time you
there.
look at it.
All right, let's go to the YouTube.
The universe giveth and the universe taketh away.
I did short, two shorts. The third one
Okay.
worked finally, but yeah, it was not easy.
I caught a nice long when it started to reverse around 462. Moved up, started to move up through the moving averages and profits at the VWAP. Yeah, it's been a very choppy day, which isn't surprising.
Yeah.
This is a sort of a
No.
week where there's, not going to be a lot of volume or lower volume. Plus, you've got people that are taking profits from the year, locking in those profits. Some people are doing some tax loss selling. So sometimes these tax loss selling periods can cause some displacement in price, which gives you some opportunities to get into a stock at a cheaper price that's been beaten down. Wow, silver came ripping back here.
Yeah, silver is going back up nicely.
Well, today it's definitely reversing. Friday, if you look at the chart on silver on Friday, I mean that there was so much volume. We call that a blow off top. And you got the CME came in and changed tightened their margin requirements on silver, which really put a damper on the price action. CME have done this before with silver. And
Has it
it's
done before?
usually been a bit of change the margin requirements.
Alrighty, so we are looking at
SLV is the trust. Silver Trust, SLV.
NVDA to the VWAP. So my trade today was, you guys can see in my screen. Yeah, you can share my screen. So NVDA, when it squeezes above the VWAP, this was a very nice pop. So we went long here for the break of these moving averages all the way up to get to 189. I really wanted to get to 189, but we never really get to 189. Then I got stopped out after I added. That's it. And TQQ was also a really nice trade that we did 1 minute winning range breakout. Boom. This was a trade that we did on TQQ. And it seems that TQQ is actually coming back up.
Yeah.
So these two trades were very nice.
Yeah, it's been a bunch of V reversals. It's makes it a little more difficult to trade. Tesla gave a little bit better around 10 o'clock, gave a little bit better of a bottoming action for an opportunity to trade a reversal.
CRWV. Brian, are you trading CRWV? CoreWeave?
I had it on my watch list, but I'm trying to traded it. I think I might have traded it at the open, but I got out of it. All right, so now we're getting the markets rolling over a bit again. I think we're going to get into sort of a choppy rest of the day here. Yeah, U.S. markets are closed. I believe it's a half day Wednesday. Where's my sign? Look behind Andrew.
That's the sign. Yeah, I took that. I wanted to create some videos, so I took Brian's sign. I'll give it back. I'm borrowing it.
I actually acquired it from the old office, from Andrew's old office. So I figure it's his to when he wants it.
So the trades that we did today was pretty easy. Like TQQ was my main trade. So if I want to do quickly recap, so TQQ, as you see, guys, really came above the VWAP. We took it 1 minute range break up from 54.25 all the way up to 55. And I probably should have added somehow in there. So that was a 1 minute range breakout. The signal for me was the entry was this squeeze through the VWAP. And we did trade it NVIDIA at the same time as well. So, a few minutes after that, when NVIDIA squeezed above the VWAP, I went long at 187 all the way up to 189. So, and I added more to get to 189, but I got it stopped out. So that was a very solid 2 trades and pretty easy to recap. And it was a pretty profitable day for me. So that's why, like after 9:42, I just relaxed. It's been 1 hour that we're not doing anything in the chat. The market doesn't seem super volatile. I made my money. Like I just want to do nothing. Just do nothing. It's very important to do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So TQQ was the market was gapping down overall. So TQQ has always been on our radar. TQQ is at 3 times leverage of Qs. So it's not something new. So whenever I want to trade the whole market, I go with TQQQ. It's not something new. It's just it's instead of SPX option calls or something like that, I go with TQQQ. Gary did a really nice trade from $15 to 22 SPX calls when he took that squeeze. I think SPY probably the same move. So yeah, so this same move that you saw here, you could do through SPX calls.
Yeah, SPX is just a supercharged options are just a supercharged way to trade the movement in the SPY. They can move quite a bit in a very short period of time, like a lot of dollars. So it works great if you've got the direction right. But it can really can really punish you if you're wrong. Yeah, he's borrowing it. I let him borrow it considering it was his to begin with.
All right.
Yeah, really.
Yeah,
Getting into a
SPX
bit of
option calls are very
choppiness.
interesting.
Yeah. Getting into a bit of a chop fest here. Really, it's market hasn't done much in the last 20 minutes or so. Which is typical for this time of year when you get holidays. You get some crazy price action at the beginning because the volume's light, and then you get then the markets kind of settle into a range.
Any question, guys, about Carlos? Are you gonna give away a free funded account for
Yeah.
YouTube?
Yeah,
We have a
we're
lot
ready.
of really nice traders in the funded accounts. I think Kyle is up $13,000 in the funded account. Promise, Kyle? NVDL, yeah, market is really now flattening out on the VWAP. I'm not really like it's just that
Yeah.
nothing is really moves that much. I'm not really big fan of taking any trade in any either direction.
No, exactly. It's just chopping right now. This is the kind of price action where you're just gonna chase things, and it's you're just gonna get you're just gonna suffer a bunch of small losses, bleed away your the gains for the day.
Yes, so Walcott, you can get any payment that you want. If it's only $1,700, I'll pay you $1,700. Uh, that's not a problem at all. So anything, $200, $500, $10,000, $5,000, $6,000, just send a PayPal invoice to me. But the problem is that PayPal charges some fees. Because I'm in Canada, I don't have the ways that you guys are paying cash to each other.
Venmo,
So that's a
Venmo,
tricky. What is it called? The Venmo? Venmo? Yeah, I don't have the Venmo.
Venmo. Yeah, I think Venmo.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't have a US account like that. So you have to send me through PayPal and make
And I
Elon
think
Musk and
Venmo
yeah.
also starting to charge too. Like if you do a certain amount of transactions, they also charge you. So they're all doing the same thing. That it's going to be a charge regardless what you use.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. And crypto and stuff, I don't have any crypto wallet or anything. So it has to be PayPal. So there are some charges with PayPal. I'm sorry. But you got to make Elon Musk and Peter Thiel rich by using PayPal.
So we broke out of the range here. This is we're selling off. Qs and SPY selling off. Everything's selling off now.
John, isn't it $1 million? I did consider actually buying that, John. I thought it's only $1 million, the green cards. I think it was 1 million.
Was it
I did consider getting
green
it
card?
actually. Yeah, the green card to the US.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, we'll keep it hashtag BBT for the funded accounts, and so many of you guys have already done hashtag BBT. So yeah,
Carlos,
hashtag BBT.
your sound. I'm hearing you bad. I don't know if it's only me or not.
Yeah, it's crackly.
Distortion. Kyle.
Wow, we're really
What we decide to
we're really
talk, they start
selling off
spying.
here.
They're tapping into the line.
All right, so we're bouncing back now. This was a nice opportunity for a reversal trade.
Yeah, so $1 million gold cards. Yeah, that's good. First gun, John. Yeah, like that. Yeah, honestly, I had a girlfriend from US, so I could get permanent residency through her, but I broke up with her, so maybe it's cheaper to
You'd have
find
to,
a
wouldn't
girlfriend.
you have to? You'd have to marry her, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's true, actually. My brother is married to an American. He's getting his program through that. But $1 million, I think it's worth it.
Oh, there you
US is
go.
a great country. Like, yeah. I mean, I'm considering it, Mr. President. So is the $1 million is just a green card, and then you have to be there for 5 years to get the citizenship. Yes, it's not immediately passport. No.
I have no idea.
Okay. All right, Carlos, do you want to do the free funded account?
Yes, let's do it. All right, friends. Hashtag BBT. I got tons of entries here. Your chances are very good. Let's bring it up here. Just once. Once you do it once, your name is in. All right. Here we go for the funded account. Actually, let me bring it over here. Okay, there it is. My screen froze for a second, but it's working now. All right, here goes, friends. All right, the winner is 321. Wow, we went from 90 to 133 entries. Very nice. Okay, here it is. The winner is Tactical Monkeys. Tactical Monkeys. You are the winner, my friend. So
What a
yeah,
name.
yeah. What a name.
Yeah, it's a great name.
If you're not a bot, email us at carlos@bearwithjurors.com and we'll hook you up. I know he's not a bot because I've seen him in chat before. He's around. So congrats.
No bots,
All right,
humans
guys.
only.
So, Peter, what's your thought about the American citizenship? Let's get some controversy here.
That's something you want to do, then
Oh.
go for it.
Yeah, let's create some chaos. What do you think about that, Peter?
I'm nothing against it. It's been a good country for a while. You're going to
I
renounce
love
other
America.
citizenship,
Honestly,
so you're just going to add it to the pile.
I love America, like American dream. Like I live American dream. Like I came, American dream means that if you work hard, if get the skill that is needed, you can get ahead. You don't have to be middle class. Like I came from a middle class family in Iran. It's a country that is going through a lot of troubles. So I mean, Canada, of course, I'm very grateful to Canada, gave me a life, but I made my money from US. So it's the stock market, day trading, and everything. It's just the American dream is something that I'm very grateful, worked at. Of course, Canada is absolutely my home, but US stock market is just the financial market of the US gave me the life that I wanted. And you got only one life, and it was amazing. I'm very
Your own,
grateful.
your own work gave you that life.
Hmm?
I said your own work gave you that life, but I agree. The U.S. is the best market to trade, and that's where the opportunity exists for all of us who are trading these markets. So
Yeah, and even regular jobs, guys. Like for example, in my country, I know family members that go to school, go to university, do their 4 years, have their degrees, and they're bagging groceries at the grocery shop because they can't find work, right? So work overall here, man, is if you put in the hard work, you can find a job. You can't do that in a lot of countries. You don't have the opportunity. So yeah, it's a lot to be grateful. I mean, it's got its
It's
good and its
getting
bad.
it's
Like
getting
every
harder.
every, it's getting harder, but
Yeah, it's getting
still
harder, but it
not
still
worse.
is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, it still is. Like it's a very very amazing environment. It's a very permissive environment. There's so much capital. The economy is so huge. Like whenever I drive from Vancouver to Seattle, like as soon as you cross the border, you see the scale. It goes higher. Like it's just. From Seattle airport, Vancouver airport is just like even the parking like it's different. Like it's a big economy, and I love America really. Um, um, just day trading is financial market. The financial market, financial services is a big thing. People don't see it, but the financial market is a very big thing for the world. Like the US is providing such a huge capital and financial services to the world. It's just amazing. It's not only oil that you burn, it's the financial market is also a very important thing that US is providing. All right. So who else is coming? Thor is coming. Is this week Thor is trading?
I think so.
He is.
Sure, but
He's taking this week off, I believe, at least for a couple days for YouTube. So he mentioned to me.
So Nathan is coming. Nathan, you are really sound puffy. Or where are you?
What's that?
You don't sound very clear. Are you
Hold on.
traveling or no? You're in home.
Let me open
Nathan,
this.
make sure your system is not picking up the wrong mic because you usually sound much clearer than that. So just make
Yeah.
sure it's the
How's
right
that?
mic. Yeah,
Is that better?
a little bit.
Not
Okay.
not the greatest.
I'm turning on the program for my mic now, and that should clear it up.
Yeah, because
Okay.
the problem is with these webcams, they come with the built-in microphone too. We all have very good, expensive webcam microphones, but if the system recognizes the wrong microphone, it's just you're having a very expensive microphone for nothing.
How's
So
that?
it's
I switched it over. So
yes, now
There it
that's better.
is. There it is.
There,
yeah,
now we're
it was still
talking.
stuck on the old mic from being at
Yeah,
Christy's parents' house. So
yeah,
my headphones.
that's nice. So today was a great day for me. It was just too quick a scalp, and this week is seems like a very. You have to be patient this week. I mean, not a lot of volatility. Just take two trade. Honestly, I would have gone to bed, back to bed, if I wasn't in the community. But now that we are in the community, we can just answer questions. But you don't need to take a trade, guys. Patience, patience. You don't need to take a trade, and it's okay if you don't show up into the chat room and don't trade. That's okay. Like this week is a week that you don't want to force anything. Hand it over to Brian and Nathan.
Yeah, Nate. We'll catch y'all
How
later.
are you, Brian? How was
I'm good. How are you?
good? How was your holiday weekend?
All right, how's everyone doing? Hey, French, we have to. Did you get the 460 long in Tesla? Anyone got the 460 long in Tesla? It was such a no-brainer. This was such a no-brainer here. And get back to 470, right here. If we can. I had a great day, by the way. I had a phenomenal day. Kind of messed up in the middle, but I was pretty certain of what I was doing. So let me show you what I traded. I just traded the SPY today, 6,900. So let's put our contracts this side and let's put the SPY here. Hey, Paris.
Hey Gary, how are you?
Good. So we did 3 trades on SPY. One was so I went long, what, 930, 31, and 32. So we had the first candle, which started bouncing from the EMAs. So I got in the second one, and as we closed over VWAP, I added more. My target was ideally 690, but 689 I was willing to take positions off, and I'll tell you why. And then as we came back and held S6 and 61.8 retracement, I started adding and then got stopped out. But this was like 6 lots, this was 5 lots, and my average cost was like, yeah, so I lost $5 here. I made about $10 here. So I lost half my gains for the day. And this was around when Andrew was saying, you know, don't overtrade if you have had a good day. And I was like, damn it, man, you're right. I should not be doing that. But my thesis was this is such a sharp V reversal. I still expect for some reason the stock to go near 689, maybe even 690, but we might check 685 first. But 687 is where I wanted to long again. So what I did was I waited till we got this 5-minute doji, which went to 687 and started bouncing, and then longed here. This time I took a different contract. I took the 68.75. 68.75, which I longed here, and then all out at 36. Why was I all out at 36? Because we started hitting the 200 SMA on the 2, and we started rejecting. I was all out. I got like this move, 687.34, so about $1 here. So I recovered my losses and made more money, and I called it a day. Now, why was I looking at, let's look at 6,900. And I'll tell you what my thesis was. Yeah, this actually is very interesting to long again now. This is where I was like, maybe I missed it. Maybe I should have waited for the pivots to show up and then long it. The reason behind my rationale was very simple. It was based on SPY. Now, let's keep in mind where we are opening. We're opening at 687.50 with low of 686.50 or 686.70. Now comes the interesting part. Now, what you see here, 687 has nothing on open interest. All the open interest lies between, on the call side, between 688 to, let's call it 690, 91, 92, but 692 is not a practical price. So 690 was a practical price. On the put side, we have nothing below 689. Directly 685, right? So that's why I was willing to offload at 689 and not wait for 690, although 690 is the highest concentration of about 32,000 open interest. And this is nothing else comes even remotely close, right? And 691 would be very high. So I wasn't even willing to look at 691. So Alex, I have not. Okay, so I'll come to that. And that's why I was long biased that we should close near 689 for the day, or maybe even touch 690, but I was happy to offload at 689, and then this was not required. Then the 68.75, the next long was for 68.50s at this doji, and then off till the right here. Now this rejection is key. Like, why is now? Here's a question you should always ask yourself: when you see something like a big green candle, and it touches a moving average or VWAP or whatever and closes right under, then the question I always ask myself is: if the buyers were so present, why could they not close here? Why did we close like 4 cents under? What's the difference? The difference is sellers showed up. Sellers showed up. Like, and that's the question I always ask myself: where did we close? Did we close over or under? Had we closed over, I would still be willing to stay in it. Because we closed under, I was like, all right, the immediate reaction is going to be down, and I don't know how low we go. Maybe we go back here and then start bouncing, or maybe we go to 685. I don't know. So I was willing to get out. And now if we hold this and go over $10, then I'm at least looking for $15 to $20 move on this. But I'm done for the day, so I'll probably not trade. So today was one of those days where I was specifically focusing on SPY, because the open interest suggested that we are oversold and we should go higher, both on the call and the put side. Why do I trade SPX and not SPY? 2 reasons. SPX generally provides wider moves. B, if you're in the US, SPX from a tax perspective is treated very differently than SPY. It's 60% long-term and 40% short-term taxes, versus SPY is all short-term, right? And that's the big difference, and that's a significant amount of money if you can do 60% long-term. So that's why I prefer SPX. Now, there are other arguments to be made that, because SPX is about 10 times larger, that would mean that you take 10 times fewer shares versus the SPY contracts. So if you take, like, I take 3 contracts on SPX, then I would take 30 contracts on SPY. And the commission structure changes. And here I'm paying $3, over there I'm paying $30. But the spread is different too. So it kind of, what you don't pay in commission, you kind of pay in the spread. But the good part about spread is, if you're right, then you can, when it comes back, you can break even at your entry price and you're only paying $3, versus on the SPY, your $30 are gone as commission. So if it comes back, you got to break even like 2 cents over to like break even. So your break even price changes, and that's the difference. But it's not a big one. It's really, we're talking about $30 on like $1,000, $2,000 trades. So it's not that big a thing. The real thing is the tax treatment. How's your day, Paris?
Yeah, I woke up really late, but I'm currently short Tesla. I shorted Tesla just now, and I'm also short Nvidia. So let's see if Tesla has a juice to drop. Tesla doesn't seem like it has a juice to drop. I'll get out if it doesn't drop quickly. Yeah, Tesla doesn't seem like it has a juice to drop. I'm getting out, guys. I'm getting out on Tesla. Nvidia is also bouncing. All of a sudden, some volume came in on Nvidia. I chopped around on Nvidia at the open. As in, like, I woke up really late, but then I got a good move. So I'm close to break even on the day. Nothing crazy.
Alex, no, I've not done a webinar on how to use options for intraday plays. But coming, am I too close to the camera? But beginning next year, we are starting something like a weekly webinar, something in the webinar room at probably 2 p.m. to get more directions on potential trades on the underlying or on the option side. So stay tuned. That should happen beginning next year, which is not that far, 2 days.
Guys, I'm shorting on Tesla one more time.
SLV. I haven't. SLV. This is silver, I'm guessing.
What the hell? Squeeze me again.
Tesla, I was 416 of this long.
Yeah, getting out, guys. And getting out on Nvidia too. Nvidia squeezed me too. So after I added
Rocket Lab. Oh, this might be an interesting breakout if it happens on Rocket Lab. 73. Rocket Lab. So Tesla was it was very logical to, I was sitting outside the Bollinger Bands and coming back to like the breakout area recheck. It was nice seeing like there was confluence here, right? We got the 20 moving average on the daily. We're outside the Bollinger Bands and we are rechecking the breakout area. This could be an interesting place to go long. That was my thesis. Right here.
yeah, I'm all out on both of my positions on Nvidia as well as on Tesla.
So
Yeah, Tesla's.
yeah, Tesla might chop, I think, for another.
Yeah.
And then go.
Yeah, I did not trade the open. I woke up around 10, so came to the desk at 10 without preparation, anything.
Yeah, I mean, VWAP trader, I guess, just leave your stop loss under 466 now, or maybe even VWAP, and you're good to go. You did not trade the open, or you're out partying again tonight, Paras?
No, I wasn't partying, man. I slept on time, but I couldn't sleep properly. And the one thing, so I did like I hired this yoga trainer from I think she's in India. So like, and today was the first
That's
day.
why you hired the trainer, okay.
So today was the first day I was supposed to wake up early, and I was anxious in the night that I have to wake up early tomorrow, and I couldn't wake up. I couldn't sleep properly.
So,
And-
Paras, I perhaps might not be able to phrase this right, but here's my question to you. So, you watch her doing yoga, or you do yoga? What's exactly going on?
So the idea is that I do yoga and she teaches me. The thing is, today was the first day, and I was supposed to, and I put it her at around 7:45, and 7:45 is not that late. I thought I'll be able to make it, and I wake up at 10, and I'm like, and then I called her and I said, "I'm so sorry. Today was the first day I was supposed to make it, and I didn't." And that was not good. I usually don't like people waiting for me, and that was very and plus it was the first day.
462 entry. Oh, I had a level marked here, 462.39. Oh, dude, that's a beautiful entry, man. Did you just take the close over VWAP as you moved here, or this is 463? Did you buy it on the way up or on the way down, French VWAP trader? The way up. Okay. Interesting. That's a ballsy trade. I would have probably longed it here. Right here, 463. But that's a ballsy trade. But yeah, you had the right idea exactly. I think you were looking at things the way I was looking at it on the daily. And somebody had some other ticker. Hey Alex, thank you. I'm glad you like the EV webinar. Rocket Lab. Yeah. So what Rocket Lab is doing right now is a very clean consolidation. Right? And I don't know what to make of it. Like, what if we go to like 1 minute on this?
Tesla is coming back down. I think Tesla has a juice to go down.
Yeah, this is what I would be looking at. Whichever side it breaks. If we break here, I'll take this long. If we break under this, I'm probably not interested in a short.
I'm taking a short on Nvidia too. Let's see if it breaks the 187. I think it depends on SPY, to be honest. SPY is...
Yeah, if we start losing 687, we might really quickly lose it to like
Yeah.
680, 650. And possible 685 and then bounce again.
Yeah.
687 again is purely based on this is where like below this we start really fading to 685. Even this is a possibility, but that's too far. I'm more interested in us closing here between 689 and 690. But price action doesn't suggest that anymore, so stay away, right? We did that 689 move, we came back, we moved higher, lower low, and now we are in like no man's zone. But 687 might be a tough break. But if it does break, then I'm looking for 680, 650, or at least pre-market low. But that's not enough of a move. On Rocket Lab. Yeah, no, I mean, what does the daily look like? Actually, you know what? It's not a bad daily to 75. It's pretty good daily, bouncing off here. Yeah, I would not be looking to short this name for sure. But we might chop for a while. SLV. And I just hope some of my mentees were able to take the SPY trade. We spoke exactly about this move, that we just might go in the morning, create a higher high, pull back, hold, and then go back up again. And then I didn't expect this, but yeah, I hope some of them caught this move. But what else is? So let's look at Tesla. What does Tesla look like? What does Tesla look like? So let's start looking at open interest. I see big at 480 and nothing under. 500 is irrelevant. 480 is interesting, and 470. So yeah, I would not be looking to short Tesla for now from a location perspective, but doesn't mean you can't get a good scalp, right? We can easily just go back here to value and then start moving up. Or maybe we don't move up today, we move up tomorrow, which can be a different story altogether. But I see no reason we don't get 468 on it, this price.
The second you said it, I actually took a short Tesla.
Yeah.
And I'm actually short on NVIDIA, so I'm covered some on NVIDIA. Let's see if Tesla also works in my favor. So took some partials on NVIDIA.
Rejected.
Tesla doesn't seem like it wants to pop or drop. Tesla seems like it wants to pop up rather than drop.
Yeah, this is the price. Yep, 480, exactly, Sarif. So then let's look at 475 calls. Now, ideally, you don't want to buy 475 calls over $5. If 480 is where the heavy open interest is, then 475 plus 5 gives you 480. So you don't want to buy it at 553. Ideally, doesn't mean you can't get a scalp, but I'm just saying ideally you want to buy it for at least $2.5 or lower. At least 1:1 risk reward, right? At least. Somebody like me, I would not even look at it till like Wednesday or Thursday and see if we can get a price which is closer to like $1 and see if that dollar can be worth $5. And Rocket Lab.
What was that?
Yeah, it's holding moving averages nicely. Bounce off the 9, bounce off the 9. 24, let's give it one more minute. If we stay here, this might go. But you see how the Bollinger Bands are like, what's the opposite of expanding? Condensing? No.
Contracting.
Contracting, thank you. So how they're contracting, that's not a good sign. That means there's perhaps might be more chop. And look, we are in the choppy time of the day to begin with. 687 held again on SPY. And this is how open interest helps you folks. 687 held. Which should get us range run back to 688. If it's truly gonna hold, the thing is, what I'd rather see, because moving averages are all pointing down, it can still break. So I'd rather see us go higher, come back down, hold the moving averages and start going higher again. That would be the entry law, not right now. Because then you can probably play it with a 10-cent risk. It's not about getting the best possible entry price. It's about getting the best possible risk versus reward and the probability in your favor, right? And I mean, I used to trade about getting the best possible entry price, but then I realized that, it doesn't work that way. Very rarely will you be able to catch the bottom and the top. Even one of them. But if you capture 75% of the move, like if you go long here and you short here and you get out here, if you capture like 70% of the move, that's good enough, man. That's good enough. Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla.
You still in it, Paras?
No, stopped out on Tesla.
Tesla is going higher.
Yeah, today I'm very hesitant trading something. So I'll call it. I'm down like 600, so I don't want to mess up.
Yeah, just let it be then.
Yeah.
Especially at this time of the day.
Yeah.
You're looking to add shortly, as in soon, Jared? For a long, I'm guessing. Just because you said shortly, it was just a little confusing. Like, hold on, do you mean like adding to your short, or you mean adding to your long soon? Yeah, if we break 687, we quickly break down to
That
688.50.
Tesla literally dropped the second I got out.
Oh man, that sucks.
I hate you, Tesla. See that? Like that's that Tesla idiot. The second I got out, it completely dropped.
Yeah, check. Yeah. Minute on Tesla. This is not a strong close, man. This is actually a good short close. Hit the middle Bollinger, closed under. Hit the middle Bollinger, closed under. Both the Bollinger and the 9 is still trading under the 200 SMA, but we are over VWAP, so. And we held the moving averages for now, we're closed. I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Ross. I see only chop, so.
Okay, so no, Ben, I would never stop reading tape. I would. I was. That's the area that I was finding
Oh
sellers.
man, sorry. Queso, this is awesome. So what were you saying, Paris?
No, thank you, Keso. I'll come to you, Keso, again. But Ben, it is that was the area that I was watching. Like, if you see on Nvidia too, these are the areas you'll usually target. Ask me, keep shorting those areas where I see some sellers, and of course, should match your thesis. So the answer is I do watch the tape, and it was a heavy around the 467.50 area. But sometimes when you have to manage your risk, it when it pops a little bit, traps you. You have to still manage your risk. But Queso, how do you do that? Like what? Like this was one of the. But you weren't even here in this particular. This I think this club is Green Mango on.
No. This is the sound something.
Oh right, this is the sound bar. Yeah, this is the
Sound
sound.
bar. Yeah, I took this with you. I remember that.
Yeah. No, thank you, Queso.
Sound bar.
That
Yeah,
makes
no.
me that makes me remember it and makes me happy too. So Tesla is come back up again, and Nvidia looks like it wants to drop. Should I take Nvidia? It is holding up, but chances.
Yeah, we held 687.
So I took a short on Nvidia. Let's see if it has a continuation to the downside. I want to see it drop to 187. No continuation on Nvidia. Every single drop is being bought back up. And this is also like the time. The only reason I'm keep shorting it is because of the SPY is looking so bearish. It just feels like it wants to break the 687. And that is the only reason I keep shorting these stocks.
I think we're holding 687. We're not going down.
Yeah, this 687 is just not willing to drop anytime soon.
Power of open interest. Easy, Jeff. All right. Yeah, this is not a good sign. For a short on SPY. Closing over the moving averages, but they're still not inverted. So let's look at the 5. Yeah, not a good sign.
Tesla actually bought. So I think for me, it is a chance to get out of Nvidia.
Tesla, are we going over the price we marked? That's a good thing. It's so easy to see on the 5. We held, we closed over, rechecked and bounced. Can we get, 470 should be doable. What does the Atlas look like? Yeah. So we hit 468.50, supply, little that, come back up, we clean this, we go here. There's nothing to the downside. 462 is too far away. Right? Yeah, we finished this big order, held, and now we should probably go higher. 470 is in the cards.
Yeah, that happens all the time, Ben. That is like happens all the time with the tape. And that's why you cannot with 100% certainty that that's gonna work in your favor, like whatever, because buyers and sellers character continues to change. So what you're betting on is you're betting on the fact that the sellers or buyers that you're seeing will continue to be the buyers and sellers. If you do not assume that, and it doesn't have to be true always.
Yeah. 475? I don't know, man. 475 seems a little far. But it's quite possible. Again, we are going towards 687, and this time we might break it.
So I'm short again on Nvidia. This is like an embarrassing thing, but it feels like it wants to drop. So let's see if I see 187 today. If 687 breaks, then we definitely see 187. But if it doesn't, then we'll continue to chop around. Come on, 687.
Yeah. Now if we hold 687 and not go higher, that would be nice.
Come on, sell off. It is not selling off, to be honest. Ideally, I want to see like a flush here. It is not selling off. It's actually buying.
It really didn't sell off. I know John is getting ready to take the break of high of day on Tesla.
Oh, Tesla is crazy. Wow. Tesla was easy. Wow, man, Tesla. Nvidia is not dropping either, so I'm not. Come on, SPY, drop.
Yeah. It should clear it. PLTR. No, but this looks like a long. Yeah. Bounce, higher high, come back, retest, stay, hold the chop zone. This looks like a long. I'm done. I'm not trading. I'm done.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop out at break even on Nvidia too because it doesn't want to drop anywhere. It is just being choppy, and I am frustrated overall, psychologically wise. Yeah, I'm getting out. I don't want to trade today. I'm just done. I just don't feel good about trading today. Yeah, I'm not gonna trade anymore, guys. It's just yeah, I'm down like 700 now, so I don't want to trade anything.
Yes, but yeah. See, what I want to do is.
Yeah, I love that picture of yours.
Haha. This is the Superman one? Yeah. Full moon. That was a fun party.
Yeah, it was a fun party.
Yeah. So 687, if we break, we go down. What I'm looking for right now, at least on the SPY, is this. Right? My problem is the moment we break this, we just might like bounce back in. And that's why I'm hesitant saying SPY looks like a long or like a short. Tesla, meantime, is holding. Should get back this price now. This is the price I would be interested in seeing what happens to Tesla. Oh, we already checked it. Finally broke down on SPY? Not really. Not really. Yeah, I agree, Jared. 470 seems obvious, but maybe 469.62 is the price to get out at. Let's just hope. Oh, JC. What's up, JC? How is India, man?
Now the SPY dropped.
You forgot that you need a visa? Oh man, that sucks. For 12 days in Bangkok? Oh man, that's a long time. That's a long time. 12 days. Come on, give me 467.50.
Two massages a day for 12 days. That's exactly what I did. JC. It is amazing. And I stayed at this very famous lane called Sukhumvit Lane, which is like a more like a party place. It was a lot of fun. Sure.
Oh, on the Trading Buddy, I'm gonna sit down and start matching people up today. So hopefully 31st. So maybe on the 5th, expect an email the first week of next year or next month or the next Monday. Expect an email from me. I should have matched everyone up by then.
Yeah, currently, yes, Ben, but things can change on the tape very quickly. So,
Yeah, this was a nice long coming back to recheck. We're back over 687, just held the pre-market low. If we hold pre-market low, then we are going to pre-market high. A simple range run on the SPY. Yeah, we should have rejected 687, this area. Maybe we reject the moving averages. If we go back up, it's a clean long back to at least VWAP, maybe higher. But just keep in mind, big money lies here. And they don't want any of these to be. So if you guys don't know how this works, think about it this way, right? If you are long the 690 put, if you're long the 690 put and the price is, let's say, 686, if you buy the underlying, right, what you're essentially saying is if the stock goes lower, then my put will cover my loss on the long. And if the stock goes higher, then my long would cover whatever losses I have on the put. In essence, what you have done is you have logged in this gain, a $3 gain. Now, if the SPY goes over 690, you make more. If the SPY goes under 687, you don't make more. You've just logged in these $3, which essentially means that the more the people buy here, this area, because they're locking in, price should naturally gravitate upwards. Both the market makers want it close to 690 because that's where the high open interest is and nobody wins, neither the bulls or the bears. And you are naturally buying it towards 690 to lock in your gains. So it's like a self-fulfilling thing. Having said that, it's not always true, right? We still have some open interest in 685. So maybe the range runners, they sold the 690 and bought the 685. So they don't mind the stock going to 685 either. It could work both ways. But that is where price action, moving averages, and VWAP comes into play. That fine, if it's going to 685, then we hold this channel and definitely don't go over VWAP. If we go over VWAP, then 685 is out of the picture and maybe we start targeting 690. Meta. Ooh, I'm calling it now after it closed over the 9 moving average and the double bottom. I don't know, man. Looks right, but I don't know. Yeah, price action is definitely changing on this SPY now. Although my problem is we did not even touch pre-market low. Like, who in their right mind would put in a limit order here and not here? So that's one thing I'll keep in mind, that like SPY might drop again, but because we're holding so tightly here, I'm not sure if we go to 685. But having said that, and this is me just constantly evaluating what I'm looking at, right? Having said that, okay, so we did break this, retested, so we can go higher. But it would take some time for the stock to like go over all the moving averages, go over VWAP. If not, then okay, so this is still in play. Sorry, I drew it wrong. This is still in play. So you just sit and watch. I would definitely not be willing to take a long right now. I've seen this with SPY so many times. Like they turn right before. And that's why I would still wait for this price. And if it doesn't come, then so be it. What does NVIDIA look like? NVIDIA bounced off VWAP and 50. Yeah, definitely. Wait and watch. And wait and watch is perhaps the most critical of things to do while trading. It's the easiest and the hardest thing to do. Wait and watch. I mean, not making a decision. So here's the thing, right? And this is how I think about it. The problem with stock trading or day trading is you're constantly making a decision. If you go long, then you have to make a decision. You want to go long or short. Now, let's just say, supposedly you go long. Now that you have gone long, you start thinking about when should I start exiting the name. So then you are making a decision when to sell. And if you have not gone long or not gone short, you're still making a decision of should I be entering a trade or not. So at any point, you are actually making three decisions. Should I long it? Should I short it? Or should I not do anything at all? And that does get mentally exhausting. So unless you see something which is repeatable in your system, just stay away. I'm making commentary, but I'm staying away because I don't know what it's going to do. That if I see something which I like, I might take a small size trade on it. It's not about getting the best possible price. It's all about RVR and the probability of it. Just coming back in. Okay, Baiju. It just, yeah, and muscle memory is very important in training, right? Once you see your setup, you don't think, you just react. You don't want to waste 5 more seconds of should I do it or should I not do it. You just react and you do it. The worst case which can happen to you is you lose 1 hour. That's the absolute worst. And if you're scared of losing 1 hour, you should not be trading to begin with, or your R is too big. Scared money doesn't win. Scared money doesn't win. Is that a saying? I think that's a saying, right? Scared money doesn't win? Or did I just make it up?
Scared money doesn't make money.
Scared money doesn't win, yeah. Is that a saying? It's a good one, though. Scared money doesn't win. I'm gonna use, scared money don't make money quote. It's a popular saying. Scared money don't make money. Okay. Who said? No.
So how was your weekend? Anything good?
My weekend, nothing crazy, man. My weekend wasn't that exciting. We were planning to go to the Poconos, but it didn't work out because my daughter had broken her finger.
Oh, you were planning to come to DC too.
Yeah, and that didn't work out either. So
Okay.
those are very last minute plans. The thing is, and the reason we were planning to come to DC, which was a pretty stupid one, was my wife is a Hive globalist.
Mhm.
And she has, like, for her to be eligible for 2026, she was missing 3 nights.
Missing
So
what?
she needed 3 more nights to in 2025 to keep her status of a globalist.
Oh.
So we were like, okay, if 3 nights, let's just go to DC and do it, because I don't mind paying like what, maybe $150, $200 per night, and that's $600 for the 3 nights,
Mhm.
plus whatever expense. But I'm just talking about the hotel, right? Because we make up more than that just being upgraded and free breakfast and everything else you get for the rest of the year. So that was the reason we're like, all right, let's just go. But
Yeah.
it didn't work out. So she will lose her status. Kind of sucks for me.
Yeah, but
Man,
if you ever come to DC, let me know. If you want to see something inside the White House, I have
inside the White House?
yeah, if you want to go inside.
Oh, absolutely. My daughter would love it.
Yeah. So I have a relative who works at a White House, and you basically need some person to work who works in the White House or somebody to visit inside the White House. So
Oh, yeah, and that was the other thing. We thought that, I think White House opens up during the summer, but you have to like pre-book months in advance to visit. So we're like, if you're not gonna go see the White House, then and now you tell me that it could have. Okay, well, I'll keep it in mind. Maybe during what is it? What blooms in March or April during spring?
oh right, yeah,
Cherry blossom.
cherry blossoms.
Yeah, maybe around that. Yeah, now SPY is going over the 89. Now I'm more interested on the long side of it. Should I just simply taken it here when it held the moving averages and closed over? Now do we recheck here? It's still not that clean. This was nice. SPY and 11:30. Oh, Tesla. $469.20. Thought we were gonna get $469.69, so that Jared could get out. Scared makes you poor. Okay, that's a good one too. And there's a difference. I'm not saying be bold. I'm not saying go wild and go crazy. All I'm saying is don't be scared to take a trade if it meets your setup. Nothing is happening here. Maybe we'll get something later in the day. And with the pulling back in. Buy. Where does value lie? Yeah, I want at least one 15-minute, 30-minute green candle. Yeah, this is not a good sign. Well, all right, folks. I'm gonna call it a day.
Oh, it's already 12.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Have a great rest of the day. This week, may keep it low. Not gonna be a lot of action this week because of the half day on Wednesday and off on Thursday. But I think from starting next week, and the earning season is gonna start soon. I think mid of January or something.
January 15th, give or take.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
so keep
gonna
it
be-
low until then, until you find the opportunities. But take care, guys.
All right, see you all. Bye.
Afternoon, guys. How are you doing today? It was an amazing day today. I honestly did not think that I'll be trading anything, but ended up finding a couple beautiful opportunities. Let me share my screen. Back home. Alright, can you see my screen? Jesse, how are you doing, man? Hello, Steve. Good slow day. Well, I took 2 trades today. I lost half an hour on Apple. First position was a break even, and the second position, which was an ad, I risked half an hour on it, ended up going against me, and I made 4.5 hours on AMD. This was actually a good trade in my opinion. I just had actually a call with one of my mentees before the market opened, and we were discussing potential trades for the morning. And one of the stocks that we were discussing was AMD for a reversal, and these are the two levels that we've identified 20 minutes before the market open: 209 and 205 for a potential reversal. Why was 209 interesting? First of all, the ATR on AMD is around $8, and you could see that it's been steadily declining, so it's probably even less than $8, maybe $6, maybe $7. So seeing that it could be sold off from 215 all the way to 209, that means $6 drop, which is past 80% of the ATR, around a really good level. If it went through it, probably I would have kept an eye around 205. This was it, and there it is. It ended up dropping all the way to 209, the level that we've marked in the morning before the trading session. The only thing is that I was late with the entry. The ideal entry was supposed to be here. That was supposed to be my entry. And Luis, that to answer your question, how do you manage that? I was late. I was in Apple at 9:30, 9:31, 9:32, and at 9:32 I saw AMD, and I see it bouncing. So that was supposed to be the entry here with the stop here. And then I was supposed to add here, moving my stop loss here. Instead, what happened? I ended up getting my entry where I was supposed to have my add. After I got into it, I added to my position. On Apple, there was a nice ABCD pattern. And 1 minute later, I partialed on AMD and I exited all around the previous day close. One thing though, I broke a rule on Apple, and I discussed this rule on the open range breakout webinar that I made on Trading Terminal a while ago. I said that if you have a bad daily chart, you could still play a breakout on the 60-minute chart or on the 5-minute chart, but your profit target should be the 30-minute candle. And if you take a look at Apple for the last 3 days, maybe 4 days, you could tell that the first 30-minute candle size is around $2. So that means that today when I played Apple, I should have targeted from 272.36 plus 2, 274.36. That was supposed to be my target. And I saw that it struggled so close to my target, and I was supposed to just simply be out, because at this stage, at this high area, I was up around 2.5 hours on it. But I had the impression that the sell-off that happened during the pre-market, that, I mean, we had literally no reason to sell off. I had the impression that this is a trap before the potential rally that could last for the whole day. But there is really no reason behind it. It's just my mind making things up, maybe hopeful wishing. And I was supposed to manage this trade based on the technicals, based on the rules that work. Because I know that the rules that I'm trading based on are the rules that are keeping me consistently profitable, are the rules that keep my mentees consistently profitable. These are the rules that are proven to be working, not only for me, for everyone that I've also worked with. And the moment I break it, I pay for it. Luckily, I did not pay a lot, just cost me half an hour, but it sounds like half an hour. In fact, it's 3 hours. Why is it 3 hours? I made 4.5 hours on AMD, and I could have made 2.5 hours on Apple following my rules. That would have given me a total of 7 hours for the day. Instead, I decided to play around. I decided to wish and hope, and it ended up going against me, and I paid half an hour, and I'm up 4 hours for the day instead of 7. So you see how small mistake is not just a small difference in your P&L. It's a huge difference on your P&L, and that's why you want to stick to your trading rules. Anyway, that is basically it for me. 2 simple trades and nothing else. Tomorrow I'll keep an eye on AMD, maybe also for a long. For now, I am just watching the market. It kind of feels like it's weak. We have a pennant, lower highs with higher lows, bearish 15-minute candles, and okay 30-minute candle. I think it might end up breaking the low of the day, but who knows? So far, it's so indecisive. We'll see. You're talking about SLV. Let's take a look at SLV. SLV was interesting. Nice ABCD pattern. Gap down into the 9. Sold off on the 60. Double bottom. If you managed to enter around here, that was ideal. At this stage, it's probably worth taking or looking some profits. How did you guys do today? What did you end up trading? Tesla and NQ both green. Good job, Mr. Picho. Traded CRWV. What happened in CRWV today? CRWV. Did you end up playing it long at the open? That was a nice one. Good job. Yeah, this was actually beautiful. I know Peter had it on his watch list. Well done. PLTR, I did not see what happened on this one. This one looks like it might end up selling off now. This is a good fake break with an increasing volume, might reach view up, but I don't like it. XOM, yes, I have XOM on my watch list. I put it today. I saw this beautiful weekly chart closing exactly at the highs of it, but I did not like the fact that there was no pre-market volume. But it did set up for a nice long today, and I think tomorrow it's going to continue as well. You took it? Nice one. Yeah, I saw this one setting up for the break of the weekly range, so I put it on my watch list for the week. Good job. Might give you some follow through. Scalping Tesla. I know Jared is also watching Tesla. He wants to see how the 30 minutes is going to close on Tesla. Yeah, I see. Tesla definitely needs that pullback on the 30-minute chart. Will it continue up after it or down? Is a tough question. It's not my trading style, but it looks like it wants to sell off. Maybe again at least to 465 something. Not the easiest day. I don't think we're going to have a lot of opportunities during this afternoon. Seeing MD short. I do not play reversals on stocks that had a fake break. On AMD, there was an obvious level around 213. We broke this level during the pre-market, and then we squeezed all the way to the upside. It could reverse, that's right, but a lot of times they just simply retest the level, like whatever happened around here, before the next leg up, or it might just simply chop around here. I don't really see it selling off yet, at least. Why did you say PLTR looks like it might sell off? This break around here, I could see a break of the high with huge volume with an instant sell off, but I'm not saying a sell off for the whole day. I think maximum this area, maybe a target around here and then a final target somewhere around here. I'll be honest with you, it's difficult to read what's going to happen this afternoon. If we end up finding a good opportunity, I'll call it out, but it's really difficult to read it. I'm slightly more short biased, seeing the Qs selling off maybe to 618. But as long as we're holding above this area, it's tough to tell. See, it rejected it to the penny. I think it needs to clear this area, and then it needs to clear the pre-market low. There is still an easy chance that it might make a new 60 or 30-minute low, which it did, and then recover and end up squeezing during whole afternoon all the way to 624. So it's early to tell. Like I said, it would be a bit difficult to read the market this afternoon. I don't want to make any assumptions. Let's see how the next few candles close. Maybe that will give us a better picture. Level 2 wise though, it looks like the Qs want to sell off all the way to 680, and there are large orders down here. You could see that 618, 60-ish. I would say that maybe more orders to the downside than there are to the upside. It is difficult to find some imbalance on the Qs and on the SPY. Even though there is some imbalance around here, it's almost neutral, right? But let's see, maybe if it clears this area with volume, it could find some support around here, but if it clears this one as well, then 618 is realistic. It's hovering exactly around this level to the penny. It does feel like it is going to break though. Probably we had a bearish 15-minute candle locked down around here. This could make small overlap before the sell-off. Or it could just fully engulf it, and if it does that, then probably we're going to be going to 621.50ish. We'll see. That's why you don't want to anticipate the breakout. You draw a clear level and you wait for it to clear it out. It's not exactly bleeding even, it's just chopping around. It keeps making these lower highs, giving the impression that it wants to sell off, but it's not selling off. Every time it reaches this area, it gets bought back up. So there is a chance that it might even reverse, but we'll see. Like I said, so far, no signals to play it long and no signals to play it short. Maybe if the 15-minute chart engulfs, we could have a long attempt on it. Let's take a look again at Tesla. Let's just go through the whole list, look if there is anything interesting. Because I can't find anything exciting or anything that's easy to read. I don't see any high probability setup forming. The last trading days were probably the least volatile days we've ever had, or we've had in a long time. You could see that by the candle shapes. Nothing here, and again, nothing here either. At least today we made a move during the pre-market due to the gap. Gaps do count. Well, the market is breaking the low. This is the first level that's broken. If it breaks this one as well, then we're probably headed to 618. Mike, sorry, what alert? Did an alert pop up on my screen and I close it? If that's what you mean, sometimes I just close them uncautiously. I have a list here. There it is. And I place some alerts on some stocks around key levels. If the alert gets triggered, yeah, there is an alert that I have. If it's preset alerts, and when the price reaches these levels, I just keep an eye on the stock around this level. If it's interesting, for example, most of the time I look for range plays or parabolic reversals. If that's there, I trade it. Most of the time, it doesn't give me anything interesting, but I did get quite interesting trades a few times. You mentioned AMD for a long tomorrow. Yeah, let's do that. AMD. First of all, I want to see it closing above 214. If it closes below 214, then that's not going to be a good one. I want to see a small range between 214 and 215, or between 213 and 214. If we get a range between 213 and 214, I'll just put long to 216. If we get a range between 214 and 215, then I'll be going for an ATR move. As for the entry, it's difficult to tell right now. I need to see what it's going to look like on both the 5-minute chart and on the 60-minute chart. So the Qs did break down. That's good. Now let's see if it's going to end up selling off to 618. Like I said, this is a bit of tricky one day to read, but yeah, at least we were slightly right about the Qs. Again, doesn't guarantee anything. It could easily fake break and recover. Tesla still pulling back. Let's see if it's going to make it. The first target is hit on Tesla. And like I told you, if you're short in it, probably you want to have your final target around 465. Yeah, it wasn't the easiest market to read, but it's moving. It's trying to do something. Let's see PLTR. PLTR also ended up hitting the level. Did anyone short this one? This was probably the most obvious one we called out this afternoon. Like I said, the easiest setups to trade with the higher percentage win rate are the ones that have a fake break confirmation. And PLTR was the only one that gave us the fake breakout confirmation. BAC for a reversal same. Okay, this one is interesting for a reversal, yes. Huge sell-off, no clear level unfortunately, no double bottom, still bearish 15-minute chart and still bearish 30-minute chart. If we get a bullish 15-minute candle, then yes. So the Qs ended up instantly recovering. That doesn't mean that the short has failed. It's exactly around the retest area. If it goes past 600 and 1980-ish, then it would be a long. Around here, it still looks short to me. So where was I? I was on MU. Let's keep going. What will make you long NVIDIA? To be fair, nothing around here. Let's see. Let's see. I don't see it as a long today. It could be a long, probably above this area, but that would be too late. I doubt you are going to have a good risk to reward ratio. Probably I would be interested in longing it if it sells off all the way down here. If it holds this area, recovers past this level, and retests this level, and that will take a long time. I don't know if it's going to even make it today. Probably not today. Yeah, not likely today. PLTR could do that, but if I played it short, that would have been my target around here that I marked. I think we called it at the breakout. That would have been probably the entry. And then an add after the consolidation. Probably around, if I saw it real time, Teddy, probably it would have been around 65 or 70. But I opened PLTR later. I opened it around 1209. But yes, the ideal entry is after it breaks and engulfs half of the candle, or the last 5 or 10 seconds before the candle closes. And Cusack, that is a good trade. I love it. That was really beautiful. Like I said, it was slowly declining. Nice entry, nice partial around the level, good partial around the next level, looking for the next one. I love that. And if it ends up engulfing and going back to wherever your initial entry was, you could just simply cut it at break even and start looking for a long, because we are going to have a fake breakdown confirmed. For now, that's a normal retest. There is no point bailing on the long. I love that trade. So let's see, if basic closes as a hammer within the next 8 minutes, it could be setting up for a long. For now, no need to rush it.
There's PLTR getting stuck right at VWAP. Oops. Tesla getting stuck at VWAP. Nvidia stuck at VWAP. Microsoft has pushed off a little bit from VWAP. Meta, that might be what's leading the market
BIC
down.
so far is
Meta.
looking
Was
interesting.
Microsoft hitting low a day too? No, not quite. But Meta might be the issue. Let's see, Google trying to push back up, but still just kind of stuck here at VWAP.
I am not. Just a bit
Amazon
of slow
trending down,
afternoon.
pushing away.
We only have
Not
two
quite
stocks that
hitting
we're
low of
keeping an eye
day.
on.
So nice, it respect S4 pretty well there. AMD
How are you
back
doing,
in this
Sean?
choppy area. Rebalance price here. It looks like it's getting pulled back to VWAP too. And then Apple
What
looks
about
like
MU
maybe
right now?
getting
MU is too late.
probably
Wasn't
some
a bad one for a
distribution
break of
down
the high
here
of the day. I'm wondering if
with Apple.
John ended up
Yeah,
playing
man,
this
it's
one.
just not much going on.
It started getting huge volume
See.
before the
Well,
break
my
of the high of
trade's
the
still
day. Then it
going on
did break
for
it. I think it met his
RTY.
criteria. I
Man,
mean, he knows better.
I
He'll
guess
probably
I
share
guess
his
YM was the one.
thought process about it when he joins. But yeah, John was. MU
Is it
wasn't
calling
bad.
along there
Right now,
off
it's too
06?
late.
Yeah. Okay, I remember that
You
now.
probably wanted to be long either around here,
But
and this
I,
is your
I was
profit
thinking
target.
about taking this long earlier, but definitely glad I didn't. Let's see, NQ, there's still kind of our liquidation, everything happened. Now, does this floor that had been holding all day, does this become our ceiling? That's kind of
You
what
took
it
a
looks like
risk-free reversal on
right here
MD.
that's happening on NQ. We're building this
Where did you
ceiling to
play
run
it?
lower and now trend lower for the rest of the day. So we would need to break out up here with volume and reestablish this as the floor off through
Did you
here.
play it at 9:32
And looks
or
like a
9:46?
very
Because
similar
both of
thing
these
here
were
on
risk-free.
ES and SPY.
But my
That
entry
new
was not
ceiling right
risk-free
through
at all.
here. And if we
At
start
the open
offering
at the
lower
bottom?
again and that volume picks up, we're just going to continue lower.
Nice. Yeah, that was a risk-free if you managed to
But
enter
I
here. That's
wish there
where
was
I
something
wanted to
going
enter.
on that we
But
could watch.
I was
See.
too late because I was watching AMD and I decided to still jump
Yeah,
into it.
it's just selling. This is what I would expect to happen again
Sorry, I was playing Apple.
on NQ. Just I'd anticipate this happening on NQ and ES. That consolidation up there, establish a ceiling, and then start to offer lower, and the volume picks up. So then we're just going to keep offering lower because we're not really getting too many buyers or anything in the market. That was a pretty good candle though, but didn't hold.
Okay,
And then
this
we
does not
offered lower
look
because we couldn't get any
good for
buyers
a
higher.
short, to be honest.
So this is what I would expect to kind of happen for NQ and ES. I'd like to see it happen more
But
on
we'll see.
RTY.
It's
I
good
was hoping I
setup for
could
a
get
long
down
from
here
here.
by the end of the day. I was really hoping for like 20, or I am hoping for 2,500, but I wouldn't.
You are interested in shorting MU around 290? Yeah, I don't see. This was a bit risky for sure. It did break on high volume. The 15 did engulf. That's slightly bullish pattern. This now gives me small hope that we could make it at least to 621.50ish, especially if the hourly candle closes as a hammer within the next 15 minutes. BAC is setting up nicely for a long. This looks like a decent entry for a long. I would rate this probably as a B setup, simply because there is no obvious level. The pattern is there, the ATR move is there, the direction is slightly there, the level is not. So this looks like a good entry for a long. Probably just to be safe, you could lock in some profits around here, then target this area. Not bad. Took a long time to set up as well. But that's the thing about afternoon plays. They never set up too fast. They take time and they require a lot of patience. Let's see if we missed anything else. There is a small amount of stocks that I didn't manage to go through. Beautiful on the cues. That was our fake breakdown. That was the engulfing. And if we close as a hammer on the hourly chart, you could add and then go for this target. That would be an amazing risk to reward ratio. BAC, yeah, we called it a couple minutes ago. I think I called it when it was exactly sitting around here on this candle. That was a good long, and that's partial around here. But yes, it does look good. Remember that the earlier your entry is, the better risk to reward you can get. You need to always aim for good early entries. Do you flip it, Will? What was your entry on the Qs to the long side? Or on the TQQ? If this thing retests this area and continues, that would be a good add. Otherwise, you want to wait for the hourly candle to close, overlap, not necessarily a pullback, and a continuation. Let's take a look at TQQQ and see where is that. $54. That was good. Nice one. You nailed that early entry. If I got that entry, probably I would have added somewhere around here. That was an amazing place to add. A nice one. Well done, Will. So this still looks like a good reversal, but it'll probably take time. Afternoon setups not only take long to set, they also take long time to unfold. But looks good. Don't get chickened out because of some red candles or small pullbacks. Qs are amazing. Just curious to see if it's going to make it all the way up here. I would have partialed closer to 55-50-ish area. Then went closer to 55-60-ish. Let's see IONQ. No, this one is definitely not ready for a reversal. All the time frames are bearish, going from the daily to the weekly, 60, 15, 5. All of them are bearish right now. The zone is good. This is definitely a zone for a reversal, but I don't see the reversal setup on it yet. Give it some time to give you a setup. RKLB. Too late. Look at this. RKLB did the same exact signal for a reversal that it did that we had on the Qs. We had the level, we had the fake break, and that was the entry. This is the entry, and then you can partial somewhere up here. The Qs did the exact same thing. See, there is the level, there is the fake break. That's around an entry and add, and then you can partial here and here. It's getting closer to the first partial area. So it's too late on RKLB. On Rocket Slab, it's too late. The entry was somewhere around here. IONQ is interesting. It is around the zone, but like I said, there is still no setup on it. BAC is slow. This is still okay. I mean, that's not scary. Just small reset. But if it makes an M shape, then you might want to cut it out. Anyway, guys, like we said, this was as expected a slow afternoon, but it did give us some opportunities which were decent. Probably the best one was on PLTR. Second best is the Qs and then BAC. If you guys get any questions, feel free to email me, ayman@bearbulletraders.com. Trade smart, and I'll talk to you tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern. See you guys.
Hey folks, how we doing? Sorry I'm late. I was trying to track down a missing charging wire for my AirPods. And I'm sure you can all appreciate the struggle to find all your wires in your life. So, it is a real struggle, David. My family, they steal them from me. I've had one that came with my AirPods. I'm trying to talk. I don't want to talk crap about my family if they can hear me, but I keep track of where my shit is. And because I do that, I am the victim of theft. Exactly. I have a very, very nice official Apple charging wire for my AirPods. And somebody tried to get it from me. But how's the market doing? I haven't been looking at this for an hour here. I've been gone, so looks like it's a mixed bag here, huh? A lot of chop today. MU broke out. That's interesting. MU, wow. Wow, look at that. Actually, if you look at it, look at like a 5 or 50. Well, you can see MU on the bottom row here on the left. That is like a textbook ascending triangle or wedge. That is very, very nice. How about that? That looks good. Tesla's on its way back down. Google's trying to come back up here. It's not a very high volume day. Hopefully tomorrow's better. So far, we're not off to a great start for this Santa Claus rally week. But who knows where it will take us. How did we do Friday? Because Friday was actually the first day of the Santa Claus rally period, according to the Stock Trading Almanac. And that was a bit of a down day, and today's down. So we'd have to make up some room. We'd actually have to get the market up to around, what would 1.2% be? It'd be about, I don't know, 7 or 8 points. We'd have to get up close to 700 on the SPY to get an average Santa Claus rally, which is about 1.2%. Who knows? Could happen. Could happen. Maybe just a slow start. Wondering if Nan is here from this morning. We had a trader who was talking about trading slowly, I think was the issue. There you are. So can you repeat your question from this morning? I was going to scroll up and look for it, but you were essentially kind of saying you feel like you're trading slow, right? Like it's hard to decide what to trade and it ends up kind of like not trading. Was that the issue? Okay. You know that. So I got you. Yeah, you feel like you trade slow and you miss good opportunities. And then you were asking like, how do you go about these mornings and how do you know what to do? And I suggested, as I often do, focusing on a single strategy, like really focusing on one kind of way of trading and trying to get better at it like that. And you mentioned, I think, that you kind of have like maybe like 5 strategies that you feel like you take, which I think is too many. I really know it's too many. Yeah. Is that a feeling that you have 5, or do you have 5 you could write down? Like you know what the 5 of them are, or does it just kind of feel like you have around 5? Okay, well at least you know what they are. That's better than some people are like. I kind of feel like I have 5 strategies, but they probably couldn't name them if you asked them. Some people, not everyone, but you know what they are. But I still suggest, I really think strategy focus is the way to go. But let's back up to your original question or comment. You feel like you're slow and you're missing good opportunities. This is a very good problem to have, actually. It's much better than the opposite. Trust me. It's much easier to deal with a slow trader and a hesitant trader than it is to deal with a overly zealous trader and someone who gets into a lot of trades that they shouldn't get into. So it's not the worst place in the world to be. but I would suggest that you do focus on something though, which will feel slow as well. So it's not really going to solve your problem of feeling like you trade slow or you're overly patient. But again, that's not a bad thing to be. And if you did trade one thing, I think you'd be more confident in your slowness, so to speak. So, yeah, what I suggest is you just focus on one thing. And how long have you been trading on? Like a while, or what's your experience level? Nine months. Okay, so you've been around. I think I've seen your name in the chat room. Yeah, so you're not like here for your first week or anything. So yeah, so you kind of like the ORB. You think you might focus on that. That's good. And I suggested this morning that maybe a 10-minute ORB might be a good place to focus. The 5-minute ORB is a great setup. It's still in the period of the market where things are very fast and a bit tricky, and you can get into bigger problems than perhaps you anticipated still, in that period of the second 5-minute candle. So that's why I suggested 10 or maybe even 15. But if you've been around for 9 months, if you feel comfortable trading a 5-minute ORB, that's probably fine as well. Yeah, the 1 minute is no, don't do it. Don't bother. It just gets too many people into trouble. It's so tempting. I understand. And one thing with the 1 minute ORB, it sort of gives you a license to like be a bit dirty early in the morning, because no matter what, like if you want to trade in the first minute or the second minute, you can kind of always call it a 1 minute ORB. That's how volatile the candles are. You can always say, I thought it was gonna, break over its first candle or whatever. I think it's a bit of an excuse to trade dirty sometimes when people want to trade those 1 minute ORBs. So yeah, I would agree to stay away from those. But yeah, nothing less than a 5. Oh yeah, we got to take the SPY trade. Let me stop right here for a second. We'll get back to that topic though. Let's take the SPY trade. So let's see how we're doing on the SPY trade. We had a green trade on Friday. It was Friday. That was a trading day, right? Yeah. So we let it ride till, and that trade went all the way to 4 o'clock, where it neither stopped out nor hit the target, but it did close with a $39 profit. So that's nice. So our equity curve actually has flattened out a bit, and hopefully we can uptick it here today. So let's do it. Let's take a poll and see what we want to do for this trade. So I'm going to send out a poll and ask you if you'd like to take a long or short trade on the SPY. And it's a fake trade. It's a simulated trade. And we're going to target a $2 move in either direction with a $1 stop out. So we are right around 687 at the moment. So to the long side, we'd be targeting 689, which is up near the high of day. To the short side, we'd be targeting 685, which is well below the low of day. So it would have to turn into a pretty crappy day to hit target to the downside. It has to turn into a pretty good recovery day to the upside. And then, of course, $1 either direction will stop us out. So we're going to try to get 50 votes here. We have enough people to get 50 votes. It's just a matter of if people could do us all the solid of minimizing whatever window is covering up the chat room, if that's the case, and go ahead and give us a vote and help us get up to 50 votes there. And so, yes, by going back to that ORB idea, again, I'm a strong believer in strategy focus. I think what'll happen by focusing, Nan, is that you'll have a purpose every morning, and that's something you want as a trader. You want to come here every morning feeling that you have an identity and a purpose to what you're doing. And a lot of traders don't have that. They show up and they're just kind of open for anything. And like you, maybe they have a bunch of strategies they kind of tell themselves are playable, but they haven't really worked out any of them. It's almost always the case when you have someone with 5 strategies. No offense to you, but it's usually the case that they're not really worked out. Like, we know what they are. They have names. We kind of understand the basic entry criteria, what we're looking for, but they're not fully formed, well worked out strategies that are really worthy of time. So So focus on the one, and come here every morning with that purpose and that identity. It'll make you feel so much better as a trader when you come here, and it helps filter out a lot of the noise. Because with 5 strategies, there's going to be like a lot of people sounding like they have good ideas for you in the chat room, because you're going to have people being like, oh, I think MU's a long here, and you're going to pull up MU and be like, oh, that kind of fits one of my 5 strategies. Or you'll have someone else in the chat room say, oh, I think meta looks like a short, and you'll pull up meta and you'll say to yourself, that kind of looks like one of my strategies, and it might get you into a trade either way, where you're not really committed in terms of like your faith and the entry criteria and the risk reward. It's somebody said something in the chat that kind of tilted you to take an action. And quite often it's a moderator too, because when Brian or Andrew do something, I know, everyone here respects them as good traders who have been around for a long time. So when they say something like, oh, NVIDIA looks like it's holding here, it tends to have a powerful effect on people and make them want to commit to an idea that they haven't really thought out, or they don't have an experience with. It's just kind of that suggestion that makes you click your mouse or hit the key on your keyboard. 2 more votes I need, by the way. We're at 48. 2 more. 49. And Tom H with the last vote. Okay, so with all the votes in, the room wants to go long, so we're going to pull that up. SPY, 100 shares, fake trade. SPY, fake trade, 100 shares, buy. All right, we're in on the SPY at 687.16 with how many percent? 68% wanted to go long on the 29th of December. And now we're also going to put in a range order on this. So that'll be a sell order. So I'm going to put one in for stop range with a low of 686.16 and a high of 689.16, which is 4 cents below the high day. I love it. That's great. That could happen. Position, sell. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. 4 cents below the high day, 689.20. Yeah. Okay. All right, we're all set. But for all of you, I mean, it's not just a suggestion to non, but like I'm a big believer in how much better you feel as a trader when you have one thing that you're working on. When you're really working on something, it gives you direction every single morning, and it does help you filter out the noise. And for most people, it helps take over trading and turn it into a proper amount of trading. Now, non is kind of under trading. He feels like maybe not, but you have to see the numbers. But I think it would work great for you. And I would also recommend you come up with a good journal for this strategy here. So you're going to want to journal every single time you take this, and try to work it out and make it better over time, and try to figure out, what is the proper entry? What are the right stocks to watch? Should you be watching catalytic stocks? Should you be watching stocks that are gapped up? Are you going to trade long and short? That's a question for yourself. Believe it or not, when I say choose one strategy and you say you want to pick like an ORB, I think you should even go further to say you're only going to trade it to the long side or the short side, and you should focus on one direction. Yeah, people may think that's a bit excessive in strategy focus, and they don't need to do that. I'll leave that up to people. But in any case, let's say you did focus on long ORBs. Again, do you want to focus on stocks that are gapped up? Do those break out better? I find that they do for high day breaks, which are basically ORBs. I've always found that trading a gapped up stock generally results in a better outcome over time than it does trading gap down stocks. It's just go for the bullish ones. You're trading breakouts to the long side, go for the stocks where people are excited for the bullish nature of the stock for the day, not the one that's trying to recover. I've always found that to be true. Where can you find like a good journaling website? Are you, well, let me throw this out there. Are you How do you like spreadsheets, Non? Are you friendly with the idea of a spreadsheet, or is that a foreign thing to you? You like it? Then you know what? You can journal your own stuff. You don't even need to pay for a website. Yeah, just keep doing that. That's all you need. Steve does it. I've always loved spreadsheets. The nice thing about spreadsheet journaling, it's a little bit of work, not a lot, but it's a little bit of work, and it really makes you think about the trade you took. When you got to enter all the numbers into the spreadsheet, this is where I got in, and this is where I got out, and this is where I partialed. This is how much money I made. This is how far it went. This is how much it pulled back. Whatever you want to track, you really start to think kind of critically about what you did, and it's an exercise in reflection. It's great in that way. The downside of using an automated journaling site is you take your log out of your trading journal at the end of the day, your trading log, and you put it in, and it auto-gonculates all the numbers for you, and then ta-da, there you go. There's all your pie charts and weird statistics it cranks out, half of which you probably don't even know what they mean. There's often no effort. Now, there can be effort if you use online journaling stuff, because they all allow you to input notes and images and tags and things like that. So if you're doing all that work and you're doing the true reflection, then great. It's, they're great too. But I'm not a fan of the idea of paying for something, dumping your trading log into it, and just having it make a bunch of pie charts for you. I don't really think that's journaling necessarily. It may be somewhat helpful, but it doesn't get at the reflective part of it. Yes, there is a spreadsheet template, Jake. I can pull that up in a second. I can show you what that looks like. I'd be happy to do that. Just let me answer Teddy's question. Teddy's asking, would I agree with the phrase you should reset your bias every 30 minutes? It's hard for me to relate to that phrase, Teddy, I guess, because I don't really hold a bias. I'm so focused, you know me, Ted. I'm so focused on looking for what I'm looking for, and it just has to set up the way I want, that I never think about anything larger than the 1 minute chart of the stock I'm trying to break over its high of day. Like, one could argue that what's the term I'm dropping, having a little mess on my desk here, sorry. One could argue I'm a bit sort of dismissive, I guess, of like a lot of elements of trading that people use that they swear by that are good for them. Like, a good example is Megan and Eamon love to like zoom out. Megan will always say, zoom out, I think is what she says, something like that. Look at a higher time frame. And I've never done that, because I choose to keep my trading rather laser focused down at the 1 minute chart level for this one peculiar setup I'm looking for, and that's all I want to do. Is there more juice to be squeezed out of the orange if I do look at if I start to think of 60-minute charts and where a stock could go and bigger time? Maybe, definitely maybe. I don't know. But you got to pick and choose in day trading what you're going to do. One of the very difficult things about it is when people have day trading working for them, they're going to swear by what they do. Like, I swear by strategy focus because I've always done it and it's worked for me. So that's exactly what I'm telling Non right now. Like, that has worked for me. I'm a big fan of really knuckling down on a strategy and really working it out over like 6 months and journaling the hell out of it and really digging into exactly this one thing you're trying to figure out. Trust me, I've run into a lot of people who like don't care for that method. They're like, nah, you gotta have 3. You gotta have a bear market, bull market, morning, afternoon, whatever, choppy market, trending market. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm not saying I'm right, but we all have to choose what we want to do at the end of the day. And when you ask us for advice, we are going to lean back on what worked for us. So that's why, I don't know where I've gone with this conversation, Teddy, but when I think about that phrase you're saying, should you reset your bias every 30 minutes? I don't have, like, what bias? Like, bias for what? Like, The only bias I have is at the very last, when I see a stock going up to its high of day and I'm watching it for like the pattern I want and I'm watching for the volume I want, as it starts to set up properly, I become biased that it is a good high a day break opportunity and that it's a trade where I can likely get a stop to break even and get into a risk-free trade, which is the fundamental piece of my whole strategies. It's not, my strategy doesn't begin with I think I can make money on this trade. My strategy begins with I think I can not lose money on this trade and then work from there. So I don't know, if I have a bias, it's really in the last seconds of the entry, and it's very pattern focused and volume focused. So there isn't. You could ask me, put a gun to my head and ask me if I think the market's going to go higher or lower from here. I'll tell you, I think it's going to go higher, I guess. But that is not a strong bias or opinion, you know? So I feel like when you say like you reset your bias, I feel like you're talking about like bullishness or bearishness. I don't know what the other bias is, or sidewaysness. So I guess I can answer by saying I don't really agree or disagree with it. It doesn't resonate with me. So non, could you have two, like an ORB in the morning and a reversal in the afternoon? Yeah, sure. But I mean, you know, you're on the edge of opening Pandora's box of having now, what about three? You know, can I have an ORB in the morning? And then can I have you know, a reversal in the afternoon, but could I also have I don't know, a range breakout in the middle of the day? You know, like the more I say yes to the next strategy, the more I'm sort of going against my advice for you. So my better advice is yes, you could do that, but why not just focus on the ORB? Use the afternoon to journal. You can do better journaling because you'll have all that time where you don't have to look for reversals. You can really focus on how your ORBs were working out and what can make them better over time. So Jake, yeah, to your spreadsheet question, there is there. I don't know if you know this, but at the top of the chat room, there's a tab for files. There's files that you can download, and so up at the top of the chat room, you should see tabs for screens. They're like drop down screens, notes. I have one that says video player. I don't know if everyone has that, and there's one that says files. If you hit the files one, that has a drop down. It's going to bring up a list of files, and I'm trying to think of what the name of the file is for this spreadsheet that I've put on there. I think if you search up top the word, is it simple? No. What the hell do I call that thing? Maybe journal? That would make more sense. There it is. So yeah. Type the word basic up top in the search box. Basic, BASIC, and it'll bring up a file called the Basic Trading Journal blank 2.xlsx for the spreadsheet file. I'm sorry, I'm trying to read questions and talk here at the same time. I'm losing my train of thought. You're talking about that SLV trade. Yeah, wait, let me do this. Let me talk to Jake here first about the spreadsheet journal, and then we can maybe try to get to that SLV trade. I can try to find, I don't know if I saved a screenshot of it. I'll have to go back and see if I did. So yeah, so let's open that. Let me download it. Excusez-moi. So if you download that spreadsheet, it looks like this. And the reason it's called, I made this, but lots of people have made things just like this. The reason it's called a basic trading journal is because it has all the basic things that any trade would use. Like it has the date you took the trade, it has the name of the stock, the ticker, the strategy name, long or short, where you bought, where you sold, maybe what your target was, how much you risked in terms of money, how many shares you took, the time you got into the trade, the time you got out of the trade, how long you held the trade, where your stop was located, how much capital you applied to it, and the result of the trade. So like this is strategy agnostic, I guess, right? This would apply to anything. These are elements of any trade. But we could take this and we can make this into like a journal for non. Like we can make this into an ORB journal. So and I have this column here is ID. I put this in there because it's nice to have a unique identifier for every trade. It's just like having a database, like having what is that called? I'm not a database guy, like a key or something. I don't know. But every trade has its own unique identifier, right? Like because you have the date and you have the ticker, but you could have this, you could take a trade on ARM on the same day and it wouldn't be unique. So this makes it unique. And is it called an index? Okay, Jordan, thanks. And what you could use that for is like what I used to use it for is I used to take a screenshot of every trade I took and I would name the screenshot file name the same as the trade ID. So if I went to my spreadsheet and I had a list of like a big long list of 400 trades, I could go look at the trade ID and say, oh, trade 240522_1 was the first trade I took on May 22nd of 2024. And I could go find the screenshot just by searching in it. By searching like the file there or the folder where I keep all the screenshots. So I think it's useful to have that trade ID. It's not a bad thing to keep over time. But what could you put in here if you were non? You're gonna start trading ORBs tomorrow. That's gonna be your focus. Like what is maybe you have the range of the first of the opening 5 minutes, right? So first of all, to be clear on what I think a 5-minute ORB is, people have different definitions of this. To me, a 5-minute ORB is trading the break of the first whatever the high and the low is set in the first 5 minutes. You're trading the break either to the top side of the high price or the breakdown beyond the low price set in the first 5 minutes. And to me, you can only take a 5-minute ORB in the second 5-minute candle. That's when they occur. So you basically get a 5-minute window every day to trade 5-minute ORBs. That's how I've always looked at them. But some people think of it as, no, you get whatever range is set in the first 5 minutes, you can look at that all day and you can trade the breakout of those prices at any time of day as the day goes on. That's never how it felt like it should be to me. But if that's one of the problems with trading is we don't have strict definitions of strategies and terms and things like that. So I guess it would as we discuss this a little bit, that's how I look at ORBs. But I don't know. People see them differently. But anyway, you might want to have the opening range. So like let's do a real stock here. So let's pull one up. Let me pull up, I don't know, NVIDIA. So NVIDIA had its first 5-minute candle had a high. So maybe one piece of data you might want to keep is the high and the low of the opening 5-minute candle. All right, so the high of NVIDIA's opening candle was 187.78. And the low of the opening candle was 185.91. So there you go. So then you could have another thing you could calculate then based on these two numbers is the range. What's the range of the opening 5-minute ORB? So this would equal the high minus the low, right? And that would be true every time, right? Not going to autofill right now. So NVIDIA's range was $1.87, on the first opening 5-minute candle. And we could also we could display that as a, or we could make another column as that as a percentage of price, if that was interesting to us. So $1.87. Let's say we took a 5-minute ORB on NVIDIA to the top side this morning. So let's make a fake trade here. So the trade idea would be 25 January, no, December, still December, 12/29_1. We'll say that was the first trade we took, and the date should be today. Some old stuff in here. And we'll say NVIDIA, and the strategy was 5 ORB, 5-minute ORB. And we took it long, and let's just say we entered perfectly at the top of the range. So we got that 187.78 entry, and we got in there. And let's say we sold at 188. How high did it go? Went to 188.76. All right, so let's say we got a whole dollar on it. Well, we did we couldn't actually get a dollar on it. Let's say we got out at 188.50. I'm totally making this up. And let's say we risked $100 on it. Let's say our target was 188.50. Let's see. And we got in at, we'll just make up a time here. We got in at 9. Let's see. We'll go to a 1-minute chart. When did it sort of actually break out of the, happened on the 9:37 candle. So we'll say it happened at 9:37 and 30 seconds. And we could have got to 188.50 in the 9:38 candle, actually. So we'll just say 9:38 and 45 seconds. So that gives a hold time of 1 minute 15 seconds. Our stop is auto-calculated because we're saying we bought, let's say we bought 100 shares of NVIDIA. So 100 shares risking $100. Our stop should have been $1 below our entry because 100 shares falling $1 would stop us out at $100 loss. So if we enter at 187.78, our stop should be 186.78, and where's the stop? 186.78, that's correct. All right. And we would have used that much capital to take this trade. We would have made $72, which is not a very good result, risking 100, but let's just say that's what happened. And there we go. Anyway, so then now the whole trade's kind of filled in. And now we can do, I'm sorry to get back to this thing I was trying to do originally. If the range of the opening candle was $1.87, we could say as a percentage of price, this is equal to 187 divided by the, it's funny, it comes out very close to a multiple of the price, but divided by the entry price of 187.78 gives us 1%. So we can change that to a percentage and make it 1 decimal point. So the question is that useful? Is it useful to know that the opening range of NVIDIA was 1% of the price? You know, the price that would have been to like your entry or whatever. Well, this is what you got to determine over time, because what you want to see is maybe this is what journaling is all about, and it takes a long time to figure anything out, but maybe percentages that are greater result in better trades. Maybe you tend to make more money when the opening range candle is a bigger percentage, and maybe when it's a little percentage, you don't do as well. And that's the kind of thing you want to look at over time. But this is only one data point, right? So you don't learn anything from one data point. It tells you nothing. It barely tells you anything. It doesn't tell you anything you do analysis on. But when we get this filled in, not just for one row, but we get it filled down all the way to row 100, now we got something interesting. Now we got a lot of data, and we can start to look at like, hey, are the higher percentage of price opening ranges better results, or are they worse? Or is there nothing to be determined there, which is more than likely the outcome, but not always. But this is the job. This is what you do. And, you know, another thing Non could put in here is, was it gapped up or down? So you could have a column for gapped. Was it gapped? Was it up? And you could go to the, where do you take that from? We'll take it from the opening price, and say, oh, yep, it was gapped up 2.3%. Okay. And you could look at that over time. Do stocks that are gapped up more tend to break out better? The feeling that I sort of have, when trading high day breaks, which again are basically ORBs, the higher gapped up stocks tend to work better over time. That could be something you tracked. Did the stock have a catalyst? That could be something. Could just call that cat, and that could be a yes or no. Now that gets to be a bit subjective. Everything so far that we've done is very it's undeniable quantitative stuff. Like these numbers, they are all true. When you get into something like the catalyst, was it there a catalyst, yes or no? Well, that's subjective. Sometimes it's very obvious. If it's the morning, if Nvidia reported earnings yesterday and we're trading it today, then Nvidia 100% has a catalyst. It's the earnings, right? But what if you go on like some stock news site and trading terminal or something, and you see, was there a catalyst for Nvidia today? Oh, Nvidia. Shit, I don't know what could be like a minor potential catalyst. Maybe an Nvidia insider sold some shares or something, or bought some or whatever. I don't know. Is that a catalyst? Maybe. I don't know. But you got to be careful of not saying everything. Every stock every morning nearly is going to have a news item related to it. So you got to be careful of like kind of making stuff up and making up stories that don't sort of exist. So I've always been very cautious of like subjective stuff over time. And of course, you can always have, you can journal things about yourself. And again, this getting into the human side of trading, like how are you feeling? Were you tired? Were you hungry? Were you sick? That's all kind of subjective too. So you got to be wary that you can do that honestly, but you could have some personal statistics or something like that. A good thing to get for the ORB for your entry would be something related to volume, so you could look, if we go back to NVIDIA and we look, I'm just on a DOS chart here on a 1 minute chart, and I look at the candle. Well, actually, let's look at I guess we should look at a 5 minute chart perhaps. So I look at a 5 minute chart and I look at the volume for the breakout. Something that might be interesting to look at is because you're trading the second 5 minute candle, again, the way I'm describing a 5 minute ORB, you might look at the volume for that candle and compare it to something to see, was that volume special or did it stand out in any way? So something you could compare the volume to could be the opening volume. I don't know if that'd be a particularly good comparison, though. Opening volume is a very strange thing. Some mornings it's gargantuan. I think the day that we had the last quadruple witching, or the morning after, the volume was bizarrely crazy for the opening 5 minutes. But anyway, if you look at a 5 minute on NVIDIA, the volume underneath that candle was roughly 4.4 million. Call it 4.4 million. You can take it to whatever decimal place you want. But the opening, so that would be like your entry volume. We call that E volume. $4.4 million shares for the entry volume, and the opening volume was 5.8 million. So again, we could do a percentage of the entry volume divided by the opening volume and see the entry volume for the 5 minute candle we entered on was 70, almost 76% of the opening volume. And again, as you get 100 rows of data, you might find something interesting, like, oh, when the volume is a high percentage of the opening 5 minutes, then it works better, or vice versa, or whatever. That could be another thing you go after. But this is what you could do. This is what you can do is journaling in a spreadsheet, and it's actually kind of fun, believe it or not. And I always joke that the world is divided into people who like spreadsheets and people who don't. I tend to think that's true, and I've always found someone who doesn't think spreadsheets are fun usually cannot be taught that they are fun. But people who think they are kind of fun or interesting, and like to mess with them, the spreadsheet journaling can be a great way to go. And yeah, and just be wary of, you know, the subjective sort of measurements versus the solid and undeniable measurements. You know, just make sure you're not BSing yourself as you go through the process. But once you start to get a lot of data, it becomes interesting, and beyond learning things concretely from the numbers that you gather, the other advantages of spreadsheet journaling is, one, it helps you avoid over trading, because it takes time to do this. And if you imagine that we created more columns and other things to track, it might take you 5 minutes to fill out every row for every trade you took. When I had a big old spreadsheet for high day breaks that I was doing for years, I had a lot of stuff I was capturing, but because I became very quick at it, because I had done it so many times, it took me about 5 minutes per trade. That's about how long it took me to go through and gather all the numbers like we've been doing and do all this stuff. So if I took 4 trades on the day, it'd be 20 minutes of journaling roughly. If I took 6 trades, it'd be roughly half an hour. If I went bonkers and I took 15 trades, then it would take like 75 minutes, over an hour and 15 minutes of journaling. And I don't want to journal for an hour and 15 minutes. I really don't. I don't mind journaling for 20 minutes. I don't mind journaling for half an hour. I don't want to journal for an hour and 15 minutes. So this really does help you keep yourself in check, because every time you take a trade, you're like, oh, I have to journal this thing. And again, and also it does help you reflect on your trading. It's important that you think about what you did, and as you go through and you gather all the numbers and you look at what you did, you are consciously reflecting, and you're also subconsciously reflecting on everything you did. So hopefully, Jake, that's sort of helpful. Where can you find a good scanner? I'll throw it out to the chat room. What do you guys like for scanners? There's Trading Terminal, which does have some scanners. The sort of gold standard for scanners would be Trade Ideas, I think, right? I think I've never used any of the sites for scanning, so I'm kind of out of my element to describe them, but Trading Terminal does have stuff like this. It's got the gap ups and the gap downs. What is this one? High volume trending stocks. You can actually you can. This is configurable, which is something we often forget. I forget that it is. This whole thing is you can create your own scanners using the Trading Terminal scanning page. So there's ways to build your own scanners in here too. The nice thing, if you go the Trading Terminal route, you don't just get the scanners. Here comes my sales pitch, but you also get you get Atlas, which is big. People love Atlas, right? So you get that. You get the Trading Simulator. You get the replay, and whatnot. So there's a lot of stuff here for your money. It's a pretty good deal. Yeah, FinViz has a scanner too. I always forget that. That's true. Sean, yes, Patriots fan here, Sean. Clinched the AFC East yesterday, thanks to the Bills going for 2 instead of overtime. Thank you, Buffalo. Are you with me there, French Trader? There you go. I think I showed this after Christmas. This is my new Patriots hoodie from my wife. Got this for me. It's the Veterans Day Patriots hoodie. So on Veterans Day, all the teams are wearing these for their own team. It's pretty dope. I'm a big hoodie fan. I have like a bit of a hoodie problem. My son also has a hoodie problem. So between me and my son, I probably own 15 hoodies. I need to get rid of a few. I'm sure my son has more than that. That's too many. Yeah, what an amazing season, French Trader. I remember back in the spring, we were talking about football in here and we were joking. It somehow got on a Patriots discussion about how many games they would win this year. And I suggested 6. And I think I was on the upper end of anyone in the chat room. Nobody thought it would be anything like that. Yeah, 500 was going to be a great year. I don't know where this season came from. It's crazy. I'm ready for it to end at any time. I think we've had a great run. I'd love to see where this could go, but I have no idea. Not a clue. Yeah, Drake May looks amazing. He is a bit of a scrambling quarterback, though. That worries me. They always get hurt, like Mahomes. Yeah, it's fun to watch. It's fun to just be in it. Obviously being a Patriots fan for my whole life, but through all the 2000s was an interesting experience because they were so good that to not make the playoffs was just unheard of. It was crazy. I think it may have happened once, and the team was so good that the expectation was we'd be the number 1 AFC seed. Like if we didn't achieve that, it was a problem. Really, that's how crazy it was. And it's an unrealistic way to be a football fan. So when Brady left and Belichick left, we got humbled again. So I'm just glad they can compete. It's nice to see. Yeah, Burrows. I love Burrows. He's a good quarterback. He's always on the edge of getting hurt. Yeah. Anybody who's got to run, man. Scary stuff. What's up with that stadium change, Josh? I don't. That is a weird one. I don't know if I like that decision. I liked Arrowhead, but I guess you're gonna get a nice new stadium. But you're gonna pay for it or something, right? You grew up a mile from Arrowhead. Yeah, I lived out there. I lived at Fort Leavenworth for a few years, and I never went to an actual Arrowhead game, but we went to preseason every year. That was fun. We'd go to games at Kauffman, go to Red Sox games when they came through to play at Kauffman Stadium with the Royals. Oh, right. You're probably not a Kansas taxpayer. There you go. Yeah, so let them pay. But in other football news, I got to go to the Wasabi Bowl on Saturday. This is a picture of me at the Wasabi Bowl. And if you look, that was the venue. It was at Fenway Park, and it was just a fun game. It was Army versus UConn. Had a great time. Went out there to root on the Army team, which won 41-16. I ended up on the Jumbotron. My niece saw me. She texted me and said she saw me on the Jumbotron eating French fries, which must have looked awesome. I didn't see it. We got to do our second poll. So I'm going to ask you folks if you want to let the trade ride out until we hit target or a stop, or we just hit 4 o'clock, or do you want to sell right now? So here comes the second poll for our SPY trade. Let it ride or sell. Try to get 30 votes on this, and we are currently up $12. We are positive $12 with a target of 200, by the way. We're up $13, $12. $13. I will close this when we get to 30 votes. $9, $8, $7, $8, $7, $8. Need 5 more votes. $6. We're up $6. We're up $5. I feel like an auctioneer. Need 5 more votes. 4 more votes. We're up $6. 4 more votes. It could go either way. Give me 4 more. Up $7. $6. I'm getting no votes. I really like 4 more. Need 3 more. It's very close. We're up $8. All right, it's a 50-50. Need 1 more vote, and we're going to close it. 1 more. 1 more vote. 1 more. All right. The room wants to sell. Going to pull that up and get out of the trade. We are out of our SPY trade at 687.23. So we chose to exit at 156 for a $7 profit. All right, there we go. Maybe not a bad decision. So the bummer about this game, it was freezing cold. It was, I think it was 23 degrees Fahrenheit when the game kicked off, and then the sun went down, and it must have gone down to 10 or 15 degrees. It was very chilly, and my wife and I were out in it all day, and I was just frozen to the bone. Like, I dressed as good as I could. I had huge snow boots on that I used for shoveling my driveway. They worked for a while. Eventually, my feet got cold, my hands got cold, my torso got cold, and yeah, I haven't been drinking, so I couldn't even use alcohol to to help me. So I just sobered my way through it. But it was rough. But I felt myself getting sick Saturday morning. I told my wife, you know, when you get that feeling in your throat, you can feel a cold coming on. You can probably hear it in my voice a little bit. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get sick. And the worst thing I could probably do on the verge of getting sick is to go just stay outside all day. But the tickets had been purchased, and I did it. Google's popping here, by the way. Google's running up to the high a day. Not the high a day quite, but it's got a little ways to go. Oh, someone asked about that SLV trade. I wonder if I could find that. I feel like I screenshotted it for the chat room. Is this it? Oh yeah, here it is. Who was asking about this trade? Somebody. But yeah, I took this SLV trade on Friday, last hour of the day, which is very unusual, but this is the high a day on SLV over here. You can see this beautiful volume coming in, big, beautiful volume, as Trump would say, I guess. Coming in here, entered on the next candle, breaking the high a day. That brought in some volume too. It did do a little stutter step at my entry, and then it got going. It did pull back. This wick here lasted about a nanosecond. It was very fast, so it wasn't really threatening. It was just, it kind of flashed and it was there, and then the price got back up above my entry. Eventually took some profit. It pulled back. I took some more profit at the same level. Basically, I was kind of losing faith in this. Pulled back again, and I added here, took some more off. Pulled back again, added, took some more off, added, and took some more off right at the close. Like this trade worked out ridiculously beautiful. Like every time I made a decision, it worked, which is unusual, trust me. But every add here resulted in another partial, and quickly, like right after, a couple minutes after. So it was a fun trade. But I can't tell you much about it except, again, it was kind of like I was telling Teddy, when talking about like bias and do I have it or not. I mean, what I'm looking for is just this, like show me a strong run to the high a day, show me volume backing it. Now, this is a bit weird because I'll tell you, the run to the high a day kind of starts down here, and then it starts to fade on like basically falling volume. And then this huge chunk of volume comes in to drive this candle. And then I was looking for this volume to sustain. Not that I thought the next volume bar would be as high or higher, but I wanted to see this should be standing out amongst the volume around it, which it did. You could still see volume pumping in. So I got in. Again, it stuttered at my entry, which kind of made me think, oh shit, I might have entered at actually a reversal, where you end up seeing the move up, lots of volume, but then it begins to fade. So I really had to be willing to get out of this trade if that pattern started to set up, but it held right around my entry and then got going. So it was nice. I was actually not in on the volume spike here, but the one after, Steve, right there, the second The second volume bar aligns with the entry candle. But I don't expect to like just because I got one at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it doesn't change my perspective on when it's more likely to trade my strategy or when I should be doing it. And most days, a lot of days, I'm not here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I happen to be hanging out, and I ended up taking this trade. So Google looks like it's going to go for that high of day. Problem with Google's high of day is it's up at PDC. And this is not a the market, if anything, is trending down more than up. A little bit up lately, but the whole picture for the day is rather sad. So I don't know that Google is going to break high a day in PDC and turn into a big fat green day where you could really make some money on a high day break. Maybe, but this is not what I would call a high probability setup on Google. I wouldn't take that trade. There may even be a reversal opportunity here. That would be good. I never pointed it out either. I traded AMD twice today, got out once with a loss, and then I got back in for a winner. It's hard to see. I screenshotted this, but some very goofy triangles because my first entry is actually these two. I entered at what time was it? It was right at the end of a minute. I entered at 9:34:59, but then got the second fill at 9:35. So they had actually split these two across two candles. It looks like I might have entered, thought about it, and entered again. That's not what happened. I entered once, but it filled me across two candles. Anyway, that didn't work. That stopped me out on this red triangle here. And then I got back in, and so second time, beautiful, worked very nicely. So this is not just a high day break, but what else is this? This is a 5-minute ORB, right? Because if you picture this on a 5-minute chart, the second 5-minute candle starts right here. So this is a 5-minute ORB, and it's what I look at it as a high day break, whatever, potato, call it whatever you want. But I'm looking for the volume and this move up to the high day to support it. And so I think of it as like just a high day break taken earlier in the day. It's the same thought process as the SLV trade. It's just much earlier, closer to the open. But took some off. The candle I entered on was crazy nice. I just took some off when it felt like it was fading. I took some more off around 214. There was a level there. I forget what it was. I don't have the levels on this particular screenshot. It was the pre-market high and something else. There's some kind of daily level in there too, right around 214. Then I took some off at 215, obviously, because big fat $5 level and also PDC. So that made sense. And then I wanted to add to this. So I wanted to see a pullback and then a run up to break the basically PDC again and add to the trade. Maybe double my remaining position, which would put my break even between my entry and that entry right in the middle. But it never came back, and the last shares just boom, 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 went all the way back down to my entry. But that was whatever, 12.5% of my original position. Stopped out in the end, so not too bad. I got to get out of here, actually. Mustafa, last question, though. As you trade high days, how often do stocks break the high day? Every day. Every day there's something. It's a matter of whether you catch it. It takes some looking, which is why, in the morning I'm looking at this. I know Andrew doesn't like this particular screen. I don't know if he's going to make me change it for this hour I'm moderating, but I like to show you guys this particular screen because it's the screen I'm really using when I look for stocks in the morning to break their high of day. And it is the screen I kind of look at as the day goes on to get an idea of what the hell is going on in this day? Are all stocks doing the same thing, or some stocks having bad days and some stocks having good days? I like to look at a bunch of them at the same time like this. I've always preferred this. Yeah, what's my point? So for Mustafa, yeah, if you can watch, the more stocks you can kind of keep an eye on, the better, and then you have more opportunity, obviously, but you can't watch them all. And that's right, Sean. They always start at the high of day. If you define it the way I do, I define it as the highest price set after 9:30. As soon as they open, technically they've set a high of day. So yeah, the first high of day break could be 1 nanosecond after the first nanosecond. Mike, I got to get out of here. I'll post the screenshot here in the room. So in a second here, but I'm taking up Megan's time here, so I'm going to get out. But you guys have a good day. Trade safe, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Hello, everybody. Happy Monday. Hope you had a nice weekend. The holidays are still in full force out here in the world. So it's pretty quiet. It's a quiet room. It's quiet in my group this week. Everybody's just relaxing. Hello, Steve. Hello, Sarif. Andrew K. What's up, Sean? Hello, Mustaf. I'm going to mess this up every time. I'm going to say Musta. Season's greetings, Zephy. Hello, Rick. Hello, Sunny. John's AMD trade for a little morning high day break. I actually got squeezed out on a short there. So that happened to me today, but that's okay. Hello, Taiping. Hello, AD. Mustafa. There we go. Okay. There we go. It continues on a couple more letters. Hello, Anna. Yeah, I'm still traveling. I head back on New Year's Day, so I'm still on the East Coast. Let's get a screen up for you guys. Hello, French VWAP trader. Is it the winter solstice? Is that what's happening right now? Sean, Rocket Lab. You take that long this morning? I was actually looking for a short on it and never really set up. Nice. Hola, Mr. P. Joe. Mary Chrysler. I love that video so much. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Here we go. Mary Chrysler. Happy Honda days. You guys are getting out of control. Okay, let's see. Can I get this over on this screen? Yonder. There we go. Happy Honda days. I love it. Okay, let's get this up. And let me get my pen up. Good old Epic pen. All right. It was a commercial. I do remember the happy Honda days. Okay, so the market, the SPY, is trickling down from what was previously all-time high. Let's go ahead and look at the market on a daily here. So we've got this previous all-time high, and we kind of did a slow little melt up above it last week. Just this little kind of slow grind. This is a key point to pay attention to, whether or not we're going to get back above that. But today we are just kind of trickling down below it. So I wasn't really interested in too many long plays. The one long play I was interested in was MU, and unfortunately I did not catch that this morning, but that was the trade. That was the one. I am on my list. I had AMD, MU, and Rocket Lab. I was looking to take MU last week, but it didn't set up. It set up today. I'd actually like to go over that with you guys. I think it was just a good combination of larger timeframes, demand, structure on larger time frame and smaller time frame, value. All of it really lines up on MU. I happened to get into AMD this morning and just didn't have the mental capacity to do both. So I just didn't do it. But Harvey, I should not have traded during this holiday stretch. Bad day today and past couple weeks. I had and still have a really great 3 to 4 month streak and didn't have much back, but lesson learned. Harvey, remind me again, what kind of strategy do you trade typically? Yeah, because I'm going to go into that, exactly what Steve's saying, low volume. But so I want to say, was it 5-minute ORBs that you were trading? Like, what's your kind of your typical strategy? Out of curiosity. ORBs, yeah. There were still some great opportunities for a select few stocks in hindsight last week, so I figured today I might still get some. Yeah. So this can take like a couple of like cycles or seasons to really understand. But trading a momentum-based strategy in lower volatility environments can be difficult. You have to be a little bit quicker on your feet because sometimes the moves are smaller and they might not last as long. And you have to get really picky about your stocks. So I do see a lot of momentum traders sometimes struggle a little bit during holidays. So if that's what you experienced, most of it probably had to do with the low volume, the low volatility. A lot of stocks are trading well under their normal volume. Like if you looked last week at a lot of stuff, NVIDIA was like 73% R vol. A lot of the big players were just way less volume in them. So yeah, I'm sorry you had to learn that lesson, but I think a lot of traders have to learn that lesson. So lesson learned, and it sounds like you didn't damage your account too much. But yeah, the holiday season, just spend it with family. Don't put on too many trades. There might be one or two solid ones out there, but most of the time it's just have the holidays. But yeah, so anybody out there that had a difficult couple of weeks, if you were around trading during the holidays, revisit kind of rules. I think that's typically what I would advise is revisit your rules. Do you have rules around holidays, and do you have rules around low volume within the overall market? I mean, that seems manageable, Harvey. There's going to be losses. There's always going to be losses. So as long as it's small, then you're doing okay. You're doing okay. You learned the lesson, not the super hard way, which is good. So on the topic of MU, because I do want to talk about this one. So on a daily chart on MU, obviously they had earnings recently and they made this new swing on it. Within that swing, so the structure on the daily is bullish. And within that swing, if we go over to a 4-hour chart to kind of just see where the bigger players have started to set up once we moved up and out. Last week we were up here, or on Friday we were up here and we started to sell down. I was looking for price action to get down to this 4-hour demand, which is here, and start to push us back up because the larger time frame is still bullish, right? So when we're in a larger time frame bullish structure, one thing that I like to look for is the 4-hour or 1-hour demand zones, and vice versa for if we are short, if we're looking for shorts. Look for the supply. But so on this chart, we got very clear and clean 4-hour supply and very clear and clean 4-hour demand right in these two areas. So that gives us a place to trade off of if the market pulls back. Now, in this scenario, if I take the swing that broke us to these new highs, what you can see is that not only that, but down in this general area, there is value. And there's value sitting higher here. And then there's this nice little pocket. So if the lower time frame structure starts to also shift bullish, we can start to run up towards higher supply, which gives us good RVR because it's about a 10-point run or so, or at least to this value area, which was initially going to be my target. If I had taken this, I wrote down 285. I just happened to miss it today. But if we go to okay, so we've got the bigger idea, or we've got the daily chart, and then we've got 4-hour demand. How do I trade this as an intraday trader then? So going over to a 5-minute, what we want to look for here is either this would be the next swing low in this kind of downtrend, right? And this would be the swing high that broke us to new lows. So this becomes our 5-minute change of character here. So that once we're above that, that would start to put us into bullish structure on a smaller time frame, and get in line with the larger time frame. So there's one place to play it, which would be here, which would be above the 282-ish, which was what I wanted to play. And then down here, this bounce off of demand, if this had gone up a little bit, but not quite broken that, and then came back down and retested this would be our 5-minute break of structure. to look for the double bottom at in an area of demand. So there were a couple places to play this after the kind of the morning open. This one ended up setting up and got stuck for a little while at value around 285, but eventually just kind of started grinding higher. It was a good one today. Meanwhile, NVIDIA is having a sad life. And that is because their charts are very different. If you look at MU on the daily, we are in very bullish structure on a daily chart. If you look at NVIDIA on the daily, we are in a range and sitting below daily supply. So with that in mind, NVIDIA would be a weaker stock that we would be looking for short plays on. And then MU would be a stronger stock that would be looking for long plays on. So yeah, that's what I got for you there. And then Ajit, are we on bullish or bearish long trend for Tesla, PLTR, NVIDIA, and AMD? These are the 4 stocks where I have been holding some positions. So we can go through the structure on all of these. I will do that. We'll go through Tesla. I almost said TSLA, which I've never said that out loud. Tesla, PLTR, NVIDIA, and AMD. And Be Gurus, welcome to the BBT family. Happy to have you here. How do I determine supply and demand areas? So I do have a webinar on that you can watch. If you go to the Education Center and type in Megan or supply and demand, that webinar is in there. But just to quickly give you an idea, the first thing that we're looking for are areas where price action moves quickly. So for instance, on NVIDIA, there is a very steep drop here after this little consolidation base. So this would be an area that I would mark as supply. And that's what we're doing on these charts. So when I go back to MU and we're looking at the 4-hour chart, how did you mark this 4-hour supply and demand zone? I'm looking at the place where price kind of consolidated and then moved aggressively, or consolidated and moved aggressively to the downside. So I've got 2 areas where I can look at a chart and say the buyers are here and the sellers are here. So if I'm trading anywhere in here, I need to be cautious that, I'm trading with the lower time frame trend and not against it, because I'm kind of extended away from these areas. So the best place I find to trade is closer to higher time frame supply and demand zones. But basically what I'm marking is the last base candle, or this last small candle before the spike. So you kind of get this consolidation here, but it's the last candle before the spike up and out where the imbalance becomes created. Awesome. Thanks, Dwayne. Appreciate it. So hopefully that helps a little bit, but it's pretty simple how I'm marking them, not overcomplicating it. And sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. PLTR is actually, and don't worry, Ajit, I will get to your other question. 4-hour. I do it on weekly, daily, 4-hour, and 1-hour. So sometimes they're a little bit easier it's a little bit easier to see where the spike happened on maybe a 4-hour versus a 1-hour, or a 1-hour versus 4-hour, but I don't go really any lower than that. I've done it on a 30-minute a couple of times, but really my kind of main strategy is the weekly, daily, 4-hour, hour. So just kind of using the bigger time frames here. I want to see where the bigger participants came in, and you can use them on smaller time frames as well. I could go to I could go back to MU, and I could go to a 5, for instance, and I can look to see where we have any spikes up and out on the 5. This one was really aggressive. It never came back down and touched this, but we could mark this base before a strong move up. And then we've got a new one as it left value. So as we're moving above value, there's actually another one that steps up on top of it right here. And you can actually see that there is volume with it. And this is what we need to start expanding away from value. So there's some value down here. And if I was looking at this on a 5-minute chart, I would say, all right, oops, that's not the button I wanted to push. There we go. We would mark this as a 5-minute demand zone. So if price was to come back and retest this, it'd be retesting value. But really what I'd be looking for is the retest of this kind of demand spike. So you can use it on really any time frame, but I've just over time just kind of chosen to use the larger ones. The 4-hour is actually something I think, like, I want to say maybe a year ago I started implementing. I I didn't do it much when I was only using DOS because it's actually a little bit trickier to pull up on DOS unless you program a hotkey for it, and I just never did. So really, a lot of it's just preference. But as long as you're on a bigger time frame and it's a clear move away, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, I can definitely review mRNA. Let me go to Ajit's question about Tesla, PLTR, NVIDIA, and AMD. Okay, so if we're just doing bigger structure here, 1 week, let's start with 1 week. Every time I say the word 1 week, I immediately start singing the Bare Naked Ladies song in my head. Does that happen to everybody else? It definitely happens to me. Okay, so on Tesla, we have this weekly pullback that above here shifted bullish, and this would have been the previous all-time high. So this is when the structure shifted bullish, and they retested it, held, pushed up and through, consolidated, did a Wyckoff spring, and came back up. So what this is telling me right now is that there are Tesla buyers that are trying to hold above these previous swings right here. The resistance around the 500 area is still what we're up against. So a lot of it is going to depend on where you're positioned in this stock. But one thing I do like about it is that on the weekly chart, zoom in a little bit, we go to just kind of what's happening right now with it. I do like on the weekly chart this kind of move up as prices expanding up and out of here. The pullback, the only thing that's happening right now with the pullback, so this is still more bullish on a bigger time frame. And if you look at the monthly chart, it's actually quite bullish. So there's not really a ton of selling. And even on this month where they did sell off, the volume's pretty low. So it was more of like a test. So the overall chart structure on Tesla is leaning more bullish. I mean, look at this demand that came in on this monthly. But the one thing that we have to wait for, I don't know exactly where you're in, but one thing I'm looking for on the 4 hour is different areas of demand that don't seem to be holding right now, unfortunately. So if you look at like this area of demand that came in on good volume, and then we got this area of demand that came in on good volume, we have flushed through one of them, which creates trapped buyers here, and we flushed down to the second leg, and there's also still no turn on the lower time frame. So Tesla is bullish overall, but right now there's a pullback happening. And so depending on where you got in, you have to be cautious of how far this can pull back, right? We would look for these buyers to hold, but right now they're not really doing their job. And as long as they keep pulling back, they can just keep going until they actually find some buyers here. So if I come to this, that pushed us up and out of here. 456 has a decent amount of value. So there's not a lot of value in these little demand zones, which is making it kind of easy, I think, to run through it, unfortunately. And they're still just kind of moving down. So going to the idea of Tesla now, we might be getting what I was looking for, what I would have looked for on MU as a secondary play. So the secondary play on MU was, so the first one was a break above the swing high that created this low. And if that doesn't break, then we could look for a double bottom in demand. So keep an eye on Tesla here, because we might actually start to see a little bit of a bounce if they want to kind of get it going. But anyways, so nutshell, bigger time frame is bullish. The only issue right now is we are in kind of like a pullback. Nothing's broken on the bigger time frame. So I would still say that the daily, the weekly, the monthly, they're all bullish. But we need like a little bit of a lower time frame to start to align with that for them to stop the pullback and start moving back into bullish structure on a lower time frame. And it just hasn't happened yet. Okay, let's go to PLTR. So PLTR was actually something I was looking for a bounce in this area. And now that we're below it, it's actually trapped buyers. So weekly. So nothing is broken on the weekly chart structurally. It's still bullish. All these lows that create new highs. They have not been broken yet. So our strong low down here has not been broken. Mark that. So right now we are still bullish on a zoomed out kind of bigger picture idea. If we go to the daily chart, the issue here is that they went for, I thought they were going to maybe go for this gap fill, and they tried, but it's a holiday week. It's been a couple holiday weeks, right? And so they're not getting the volume that they need to start moving through here, unfortunately. And so we're seeing sellers start to pull this back to find more buyers to maybe fill that gap or move through that gap. So the last swing low that broke us out to new highs on a weekly chart is here. And when we look where value is sitting on the daily, because from that low, it's going to be right here. So if there's not enough buyers to fill this gap, this could be a place for them to run back to. Now, as an intraday trader, I don't really want to wait for all the way down there to take a play. So one place that I was looking at was when they retest this supply from the top side, I would be looking for buyers to step in. And so we had this giant sell day. So there's supply right here. And then we pushed up and we got through it. When that happens, what I want to see is them come back down here, hold on top of it, and have buyers step in. Because they haven't, we're now back below supply, and we have to scoop more buyers. So with that in mind, they could run to the bottom of this range if they want to. They could also run it to daily value, which is, I think it was, what was it, like 165? Not 165, 180, 81-ish, 182-ish, which would be the bottom of the range, yeah. So now they're up against, they're bumping their head up against this supply now. I almost took the pullback today on it, but it wasn't really on my watch list. I popped in, took a look, saw it kind of bumping up from underneath, but I didn't put anything on. If anybody caught this short today, it'd be interesting, like what strategy you're using, because when I look at this, the short play here is a retest from underneath supply. And right now, that's just kind of the play right now. So when you ask questions like kind of what the bigger picture is doing, a lot of it also depends on your entry point and the time frame, because from just a zoomed out approach, this stock is still bullish, bigger picture wise, but in the interim, it's pulling back to find buyers to maybe try to fill that gap. And you know, how far it pulls back is up to the market. And so right now the trend is just a little bit bearish. And then you were asking about NVIDIA and AMD. So NVIDIA, I really, unless we get above this seller, I'm still more bearish on. So I've mentioned the seller a couple of times. So this guy here, good volume. And then we flushed back below them, kind of tried to retest from below, couldn't quite hold, came back down, came back up, and then flushed again after earnings on high volume again. So this is telling me that right here, we've got some resistance based off of daily supply. If I'm going to take any long plays on NVIDIA, it's going to be down near this structural swing low. So this would be a strong low that broke us to new highs on a bigger time frame. Which it had a decent day off that, I think it was like, what was that, the 21st? Yeah, or something. No, was it? Friday the 19th. Okay. But it ran them right to supply. So the market's just moving from supply to demand or key structural levels. So here to here. And as long as we're underneath this, I'm a little bit more short biased on NVIDIA. At least for like intraday trades. Now, bigger picture wise, you could be still long biased on it as long as it holds above like 163. That's the weekly structural low. This guy down here. So from a weekly time frame, we just don't want that to break. And they can just consolidate in here for a while until they get going. But for intraday plays right now. I'm just kind of more short bias unless we get on top of this. I'll maybe look for long plays on kind of like the lower ends of the range. And then AMD. So AMD is very similar to NVIDIA in that it is under daily supply as well. So while it's sitting underneath here, I'm not really interested in the long plays unless we were like near this swing low down here, then maybe. But the structural component of the chart right now is a little bit more bearish in kind of this pullback. So we just need to let the pullback finish or let the structure shift. But for now, when I look at this, we are still bearish under supply. So I've got this party marked. And not to say that there can't be longs to be had, but you mentioned that you are looking you're like in some longer holds. So just to keep in mind that we're just kind of bumping our head up against this right now. And it just might take a little while. They might clear it. So, you know, the market, you never know what it's going to do, like however long from now. But just if you're like, why isn't this going anywhere? Just know that they've got to clear this supply up here. And if you have any like more details about your trades, like that you or areas that you want me to take a look at or whatever, just let me know. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Always depends on like where you entered into the play and kind of like what your risk parameters are and stuff like that. Yeah, still a rookie. We're all rookies. Some of us are just wiser rookies. I really think that like you're not like you don't move away from the rookie phase until like after like, I don't know, 10 or 12 years in the market. When it comes to day trading, I mean, you could be investing for that long, but as far as day trading goes, rookie premium, exactly. Oh, you got a position on TSLL. Okay. Oh, and thank you, Dwayne, for the hockey. I wasn't scrolled down apparently, so now I'm just catching back up. And you have PLTR at 192. Okay. Yeah, we talked about, you mentioned PLTR, Ajit, on Friday. And I kind of talked through this and was mentioning that I would want to see this hold, this like on top of supply. I can't tell you what to do with your position, but one thing that kind of gets me out of trades, I will just lead with that, is that if we lose a place that I'm expecting price to hold. Now, you might be expecting price to hold a different area and you might have a different plan on this, but if I got in at 192 and the stock isn't doing what I expected it to do, maybe I get in at 192 and I'm like, you know, price might come back, it might retest the top of supply. I'm okay with that. If that's all part of the plan, great, you can stay in the position. But if it loses an area that you're like, it shouldn't lose this, or I'm not expecting it to lose this, or I was expecting it to just, you know, stay consolidating up here and then go, then we need to reevaluate what's actually going on with the stock and, you know, get out, reset, try a different setup. So a lot of it comes down to just your risk and what your plan is. Right? Always just stick to the plan. If your plan is that you're fine if PLTR pulls all the way back to 150 or something, then that's your plan, right? That's your strategy. But just go into it knowing like I don't want it to lose this, or I've kind of changed my mind on it. I don't feel great about it anymore. I gave you a heart attack at 155. So sorry. Would I swing PLTR short? You could with a stop above this supply zone and use supply as the protection. It's definitely an option. Would I personally do it? No, I don't really swing short that often. I've done it a couple of times. I'm kind of more on my swings. I like to take shorts as intraday trades, and my swings, I'm usually looking for like the long setup. But that's just personal preference. It doesn't mean it can't happen. And you could also consider doing it with options so that you have defined risk, right? Because that is the one thing about shorting equities, is that if you get into an equity position and you short it, and then overnight it gaps up like $20 because there's some crazy news, well, you're going to lose way more than you thought on it. But with options, if you wanted to short something, you could buy a put contract, and then you've got defined risk. So if your put contract costs you, $300, then that's the most that you can lose. So even if the stock ran to like 400 for whatever reason in the after hours, you would still only lose $300. So that is an option, pun intended. I'm going to hold on to it for another couple of days, or I'll take the loss and get out. Yeah, I mean, the best thing you can do is just always make sure you come in with a plan, because I'm going to tell you from experience that, and I'm sure a lot of other traders that have been around for a while, there is something that happens to your brain when you are like, I'm just going to give it like a couple more days. And then a couple more days leads to like, I'm just going to give it a couple more days, a couple more days. And that's how accounts get blown up, right? It's the same thing with an intraday position. Like I wanted it to stop. I was going to go for the stop loss here. And I just gave it a little bit more room. And then I was like, it definitely has to bounce back now. So I gave a little bit more room. And then you're like, oh, I'm like down way more than I ever expected it to be. So now I don't know what to do. I feel uncomfortable. I can't take this loss. If I take this loss, it's too much. So it's got to bounce sometime. So then like I'll give it a little more room, and I'm just going to tell you that it never turns out well. And the times that it does turn out well, it rewards you for bad behavior, and then you do it again and again and again and again, and then one day it bites you right in the ass. So always go with a plan. If the plan fails, the plan fails. Like losses are going to happen. We can't know everything the market's going to do. Like that's insane. If you know everything the market's going to do, you probably wouldn't be in this room. You'd be floating on your yacht somewhere. But having a plan that's repeatable and that you can do, time and time again is the goal, and that's your job. Sean, oh God. Okay, hello. I keep loading on OKLO at 74. Do you see any upside on this, or should I just scalp in this range? Let's see. Also, before I go through this one, oh man, it could not hold any of those structural shifts, because I tried to take this for a long it was like 105, somewhere around here, like 104, 105. And we had volume, we had daily demand, we had an hourly change of character. I was looking for the daily change of character. And like, then all of a sudden they were just like, no, we're not going to change character on any of these. So OKLO is a difficult one, since the trend is still leaning to the bears right now. Right, so they tried to shift it here and they couldn't. And then they broke to new lows. So now we've got a new break of structure that occurred. You're fighting the trend. I will just say that. I know you like to bottom feed. But tell me down here, after this occurred, so volume came in, boom. What's now here? Trapped buyers, right? Trapped buyers and a trend that is still moving bearish, and nothing down here signaling that buyers have stepped in. So I would just say it's risky right now to anticipate that buyers are stepping into this thing when they haven't. They might. Could it happen tomorrow? Could it happen the next day? Yeah. But so far, there's no signal for that. So I think it's just a little bit risky. Your stop's at 73. I have weekly, the bottom of weekly demand a little bit lower than that. Like it's in an area that I would want to take a trade. This is the last, like this consolidation and then this base before this move out and this volume comes in. Like I love this area. So I think it's a good area for a trade. I just don't see anything that says they're ready to party. So, but I'm glad you brought this one to my attention, because if they are ever ready to party, then I am ready to party. New Year's Eve party. Okay, done. I am Ranex. I'm Ranex. Hopefully I got that somewhat correct. Can you contrast your multiple time frame analysis approach with Eamon's approach of multi-time frame analysis? You know, if I'm being completely honest, I don't know his complete approach. I would have to go back and watch some of his videos, and then I could contrast it for you. And I would be happy to do that. I can't do it because I don't know his full approach, to be honest with you. Yes, mRNA. Was asked earlier? Someone also asked about, was it Mara? I just want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. And B Gurus, I just saw your question about, do I need the candle to move away to be greater than 1 ATR, or just eyeballing it? I'm just eyeballing it mostly. I just want like a strong bullish or bearish candle in one direction or the other. And I just feel like I missed something today. If I missed it, if someone asked about Mara, let me know. But okay, mRNA. All right. One thing about mRNA, we have a lot of value down here. Let's go zoom into this base a little bit. So it's forming a base down here. And on the weekly chart, we are seeing from the lows kind of an uptick in volume. They couldn't really expand though. This guy is kind of trying to come into play here. So we do have a base to potentially play off of on mRNA. If you're interested in a swing on this, it could be worth watching. Like, I like this base that's building. The only thing is that it hasn't left the base yet. So right now it's just more of a range bound stock. But let's take a look at it on a daily chart. So right now it's just kind of selling off from the top side of the base. I would want it to get into more of an expansion phase to kind of play this, or play it towards, if I wanted to long this, would be more towards the lows. And then to try to long it up here, you could look for some pullbacks to like 4-hour demand or 1-hour demand, but allowing it to get out of this base and into expansion is going to usually be a little bit easier. And we might even have to wait for like 38 on this one. Being that this was down, consolidated, moved down, it's created the low. 38 would be something we would need to clear to shift the structure here. You're long mRNA from 24. Yeah, so I was going to say, if you're looking for long setups on this, there is a lot of value down here. So we would want to get in a little bit closer to value or like to the lows. And when there's all this value here, most likely it's not going to, it might, I mean, maybe it does hit the lows, but you could also look for kind of like a retest from the top side of it. And then I think I would look for like above 38 if for the expansion portion of the play. But yeah, Sean's right. It does need to clear this pivot up here where price reversed. Your girlfriend said 38 also? Yeah, look at that. She's mind melding with my brain. So yeah. What is there anything worthwhile right now with this thing? mean, their EPS is still negative. It's a lot better than it was. Revenue. Wow, they went from 142 million in revenue in Q2 to 1 billion in revenue in Q3. It's pretty good. They basically almost 10x'd it. What's that, like 8x, 6x, something. But in comparison to how they were doing after COVID, they're not doing as well as they once were. They got a bird flu contract, huh? Is that what we're watching out for now? Bird flu? Yikes. Okay. Well, let the technicals lead you here. Things could stay in ranges for ever. Bird flu is always bad. Yeah. It's been around for a while. I think it's our next. Is it our next pandemic, Sean? My God. Well, if they're building a base due to that, then load the boat, I guess. But yeah, there's some good technical areas to play off of on here. Let's see how we're doing off of these lows. Still holding them right now. Justin, you made it back for the power hour. There you go. Good times. I don't know how power-y the power hour will be with the holiday volume, but hopefully you'll get something out of it. Mustafa, let's see. Yes, SLV, the talk of the town right now. I heard Jared say that he caught his displacement trade on this, so congratulations. Very nice parabolic reversal setup here. So the overall structure is still bullish on this thing, but on a lower time frame, any of the buyers that came in on Friday, unfortunately, are underwater today. Let's start thinking positive. You got long today. Okay. Thinking positive for you. So quite a bit of selling going on. Oh, you caught it long or oh, I see. You're out. Okay. Got it. I have a hard time reading this chart due to all the gaps on it, which is a big reason why it's like not on my list of something that I'm interested in. All of these gaps are like really difficult for me to analyze, if I'm being honest with you guys. What's the ticker for that? Is that an I? Yeah, okay. Silver futures. This is Shoulder Innovations. This one. There we go. I'm like, what? That chart looks nothing like that. Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, much better. My goodness, that selling volume. Out of control. Well, what we can say is we've found our sellers, or at least profit takers. Where is the last structural location on this, man? It's so far away. There are very like small waves in this that I'm contemplating marking. But if I take the deep one that set this off and like really propelled it out, I would say it's closer to like 48, which utilizing that, there's not a ton of value that's been set up here yet. So if they want to continue moving this down, like one of our biggest volume nodes is around 65. And the biggest one being closer to 60. If people do keep getting out of this, there is room for this to move. What we need is for it to honestly maybe pause and range a bit so that we can get a little bit of like value set, maybe a little bit higher on this. It's moved so fast that they haven't really set a ton of value since they left the base. Yeah, so intermediate trend bearish right now. The bigger structure is still bullish, like from a zoomed out standpoint, but we're starting to now enter into bearish structure on the 1 hour chart. So I would just, trend is your friend is usually, what we like to say. So I'd just be looking to get in with the short sellers, but I don't really have locations that I would play this. I have no idea. I have no idea where I'd want to play this. But if you've got a strategy and there's places you like to trade it, then by all means, it's been moving and grooving. You got it. I don't know how much good that did you, but I did my best on this one. I was going to look up something. Microsoft. How did this perform today? Alex, you took the Tesla long from that double bottom. Yeah, I like the location of it. So again, like this is typically what I look for when we've kind of retraced back to demand. I either want to see a structural shift on the lower time frame, like on the pullback. So in this case, to get kind of above this swing that occurred so that we can start moving. But if you want to grab it at the lows, usually what I want to see is a lower low setup, price to move away from it, and then price to retest it. So I can play the break of structure as a support area to take a trade off of. So I like that area. You're in demand on a 4-hour, and it's a retest of the breakup structure location. JBL, looking for a breakout for a swing. I like this setup. I like the demand, the consolidation, and for the next leg up, I do like this. I'm on the monthly chart right now. So I like the monthly chart on this. It seems to have a bit more buyers than sellers. That retest candle is nice on earnings. How did they do on earnings? Revenue is about the same. They did have a little bit of drop in EPS, but looks like annually they are up on that. I mean, as long as I keep buying, you're looking for the breakout swing on it. So this is what I would look for to hold. I know it looks like you're going for those wicks. But one thing I like to look for is kind of when we made the run up, where did we find resistance before we kind of like had started pulling back? And it's close to like 228. And then everything else above that is like a false breakout of 228. But right now, this retest on this test on high volume and then a push above looks pretty decent. I think risking below the 228 area could be worth watching. But I do like the monthly on this. It's a good setup. It's just some false break kind of highs that need to clear, but yeah. If I was to get into this one now, Sean, I would just risk against the 228, because if it loses that, then we might end up back in this range. But anything above that would be worth keeping an eye on for maybe a continuation if they're ready to go. I do like this candle as like a signal, like to push them up and out. Shows that some buyers have stepped in, so that's always nice to see. You got it. Justin, you can't see any significance to where the SPY has bounced from today. What is the significance to this price? Is just local price action. Let's look. Well, on the 4-hour chart, this swing that's trying to break it up and out of here. Has set some value down here, so that could be part of it. We basically run into value. One thing I noticed about the market is it tends to like have pretty like nice value areas a lot of the time. And it just looks like we've kind of run into this one today. And they didn't want to move any lower. If they actually wanted to start moving, they would have flushed this pocket really fast. But because they tested it, no one was willing to kind of start to move through it, then they're just kind of running back up into this value zone. At least that's what I'm seeing on it. Hindsight's always 2020, but structurally, that would be a location that we could look for participants. Just because value was set there previously. So in this uptrend. You are welcome. All right, folks. I am out for the day. I will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Enjoy the rest of your day. Don't force trades. It's still a very low volume week. So make sure that your setup is there. Make sure it's got volume and make sure it's worth your time and your money. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Good afternoon. Happy Monday. Welcome, everybody. Where's Peter? Why is he so late? Where's he at? Apparently. Pretty sure Mike is not planning on being here, but let's see. So, what's up? Good afternoon. What's the market up to? Not much. A couple bucks. Let's see. Yeah, so maybe Peter's frozen. Maybe he literally cannot move because he's so cold. Forgot about that. What the hell is all over my screen? Someone came in here and spilled a bunch of stuff all over my screen, and I'm the only person with the key, so there's only one person to blame. What the hell? It's all over my screen. Huh. I need to clean this. So. All right. Well, gap down open. We did snap back to Friday. And then really didn't go deep today. So we're kind of in a mid-range. Didn't go really low enough to get like a deep buy, but whatever sellers were here this morning don't appear to be doing much right now. So, am I going to the Sugar Bowl? Probably not. I've never attended the Sugar Bowl. So, I don't know if I'd have a reason to attend this time. Now, if they had like a gumbo bowl, maybe. But just sugar? I mean, I can only eat so much. Yeah, I don't care about football. So that's not a pastime that I dedicate time to. I traded Tesla and a little bit of silver in the morning. Tesla was my kind of like majority of day focus, and then silver was pre-market and a little bit of morning, but kind of lost positional risk somewhere near the open, and I focused on Tesla from that point forward. So silver could have been just as opportunistic if I wanted it to be, but I would have had to focus on it more. So there is the poll. Expecting 690. Why? It's too far. This candle is indecisive and balanced. Why would we expect to break out? Yeah, but that's not quite how OI works. So I can give you high a day though. Sellers don't look that active. This bar offered price lower, so we're probably just reversing. Not so sure about this pivot right now, but it's an old one and it's mid-range, so let's go for some morning high test. That'd be fun. Was I short biased on silver? I was short biased on silver on Friday. The issue is the parabolic top was made Friday, so if I shorted silver on Friday, I wouldn't have made any money. But the short positioning, I think, was more opportunistic on Friday with the understanding that it's a swing. And the difficult part to explain about that is most people take parabolics kind of like as they're forming. We weren't in a position to take a parabolic short. We were just taking the result of a parabolic short, which tends to be falling back to the last round of buyers or just falling back to like a moving average. So I was short biased because of different reasons as well. I just thought that today would have been a good day to look for downside. The margin requirements on the silver futures is part of the reason it got rocked so much. A lot of people probably got deleveraged today on silver positions. Good afternoon, Peter. Peter. You're not frozen. You are blinking. Peter's super concentrated. Damn. So, yeah, usually when we get the opportunity to short off of those extensions, we're looking for something akin to like these types of entries where you get false high kind of signals. And then more importantly, reversals. Like if I see that even some of the movement in pre-market is getting sold, those are kind of your areas of focus. So, you know, the argument is you could have shorted anywhere up here in pre-market and made some money. And the reason that's important for SLV is because silver futures opens at 7:25 or 8:25 market time. So trading SLV in pre-market is kind of like trading the active market of silver futures. Kind of. Most of the selling was done like before SLV even felt like it was open, but it's just because the futures open about an hour and 5 minutes beforehand. So. And you'll notice even like the rally in SLV right now, silver futures are technically in their overnight phase. So, you know, we're actually seeing different time sequences here, time periods transacting. We just use SLV as the ETF. The argument though is that the selling did start right at the open. It's just that we had to short it in pre-market if using SLV. Otherwise, you could use futures products, and they don't have, as far as I'm aware, they don't have a micro silver. So that sucks because I wouldn't mind taking a micro silver position, but there's no way in hell I'm taking a full silver contract right now because if they're changing the margin and it's that volatile, it's tricky. So there you are, Peter.
Hello, Jared. I've been here.
Yeah, but
You're on a roll,
and you haven't answered my hellos.
Oh, Did I not hear you? I just turned the volume up. I thought I was hearing you, but
Okay.
my apologies.
No
Yeah, I've
problem.
been a little distracted today. It's still pretty cold in here, but there is furnace power. The heat is back on.
I like how a Santa hat is actually a pretty good hat for cold weather.
It's funny because I happen to have them around, and I'm like, I'm gonna actually wear one for warmth now, and it's done a good job. So, oh well, yes, and the good news is, after all of that, it didn't cost me anything, so that's good. Didn't have
That's
to get a
good.
furnace, and my maintenance service provider is, I don't understand it. Their business model, I don't know how it works. They clearly are billing people too much every month, and nobody has a clue. Like, I go to their website and it just says, here's your payment. Doesn't say what it's for, doesn't say what service I'm getting. I couldn't even figure out what level of service I have. So when the guy shows up and he's like, do you have a maintenance contract or a service contract? And I'm like, I don't know. Maintenance? He said, well, if it's just maintenance, then this is not a maintenance, this is a repair. It's going to cost you minimum $450. So I went and checked my contracts, and I found it, and it said, well, and then I found proof that last time they came, they didn't charge me. So I'm like, so when he came back, because he had to go get a part, he had to go out and get a part and come back an hour later. And I'm like, look, I think I've got a repair contract, because last time I can show you, they didn't charge me. He's like, I don't need to see it. I'll take your word for it. And he left, and he didn't charge me anything. After he was here from 10:30 until just 2:59. Just a couple minutes ago, right? So, anyways, and I'm like, so you spent all day here, and I said, well, wouldn't they know when I called? He's like, they don't know. They have no clue. I'm like, so who does? If the people at the call center that are dispatching you don't know, and you're going to happily leave without charging me,
Then yeah,
who knows?
Onus is on them. I mean, even if you're mistaken, then
That's what I figure. It's such a weird model. Anyways, all right, whatever. As long as he gets paid.
yeah, fair enough. I mean, you'd expect to at least pay for labor.
Or maybe if labor's included the part. It's usually one of the two that
Yeah.
you
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Anyways, here I am.
You got that office warmed up yet?
I said not warm yet, but it should be on the way. We got the heat turned up, and it's
It's about
actually
time to turn
functions
your-
now.
You need more computers, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Gotta get some, like, I turned on the old one. Maybe that's what I should have done. Just let it run.
You're saying you should set up a data center. That'll get you lots of power.
Give me heat, anyways.
Lots of heat.
I could just start setting things on fire, I suppose. So, Yeah, well, how low did the temperature get to? Actually, the lowest it hit was first thing this morning. It seems like once we all got up and started moving around here, and then turned on the gas fireplace, and that it's so the low was the 52 degrees or whatever it was, which was about.
Why is it so cold?
My furnace broke. I didn't have a furnace
Oh no!
until just a few minutes ago. So it's been off, we believe, since Saturday. We didn't notice Saturday, though, because we had a big party with like 30 people in the house. They were keeping it all warm nicely. So, but it was Sunday morning when we woke up, that's when we noticed it was, well, actually, we didn't even notice. We went to brunch and then came back mid-afternoon Sunday and noticed that nothing was working. So anyways, it's one of those where I bought, so we noticed the thermostat wasn't working, like it was totally dead. So I'm like, oh, maybe I just need a new thermostat. So I go out and buy a new thermostat, and I start to install it, and I get to like step 14 of the instructions, and it says, if you have this wire, stop immediately and call a professional. I'm like, damn it, I've got that wire. So I tried anyways, and it wasn't working, and I'm like, oh, well, call a professional. So fortunately, I called him, and he couldn't get that thermostat working either. So at least I feel better that it wasn't just me.
Yeah, I bought one of those sort of like Nest, the internet ones, and then started wiring it, and then realized I've only got a 2-wire system.
Okay.
And it needed 3 wires.
Oh.
So put
wow.
the nix on that idea.
2 wires. So I got like 6 wires coming out of mine.
Well, you probably have air conditioning and all the rest of that too.
Yes. Yeah.
Which I just have a boiler on off.
Oh, I see. Okay. It's always the thermocoupler. Yes. The what does the guy say? There's that great video, Jared, where the guy, he like every term is made up. It's from the 80s maybe.
I wasn't born. I don't know.
Oh, no, this is a brilliant piece of comedy. It's
Well, while you look that up, FM. Do you mean Oklo or Okla? Because I was looking at Okla, and then you corrected, and then you typed the same thing. So Oklo or Okla? A or O? Because
no.
Okay, Oklo. Oklo's bearish. It will not likely stop until it hits this monthly low. So right now, buyers are patiently waiting for a reaction. Sellers are not finished with their auction yet.
Oh, here we go. This is the one. Rockwell Retro Encabulator. If you've never seen this, Jared, you would love this. This is a beautiful little video that the guy manages to get through the whole thing with a complete straight face, and every single term is made up. Anyways.
Honestly, there's something about this that is sparking a memory, but I can't.
I thought you showed it to me at one point a while back. But
I did. It was a different Jared. I'll capture it though. I'm gonna take a look.
Yeah.
I think something about his suit is reminding me of something.
They do such a good job because every term is just one, one reality off of like an actual word. Even just the title, it's an encabulator. It sounds like that should be a real thing, but what's an encabulator? Anyways, it's great. Okay, anyways, we'll move on.
I work with those all the time.
Yeah, do you? Okay.
Yeah, so FM, I'm looking for reasons to step into Oklo earlier than the monthly. Even the hourly made a fresh low today relative to recent swings. So a reclaim is an opportunity or a test opportunity, but at that point you'd still be probably cautious because then they'd have to rerun this range pretty much all the way back up to 85 before anything looked like it was setting up. So we're kind of tearing Oklo down in 5s right now as far as where the big drops are happening. So if we're running into these monthly lows near 70, and more importantly, if we can flush that low first, that tends to help stabilize after a big drop. All of this area to me is a giant buying climax on Oklo, aka whatever they did in September, they finished. So it doesn't matter how bullish it was before, they finished a lot of stuff during this time. And it was way too volatile. I mean, it basically like tripled in price during that time, something crazy. Doubled, tripled. So it makes sense for it to correct like this. To me. They also diluted it a lot. I don't know if y'all remember, but Oklo's been diluted quite a few times. So hopefully that kind of gives you a sense of like, it doesn't need to be these prices anymore. But hey.
How was your holiday?
When he goes back to 20, Mike will buy it.
Jared, how was your holiday?
Holiday was okay. Saw my dad, saw my mom. Got some scratchy lottery tickets and ate some ribeye.
Okay.
And that was about it.
Okay.
Okay.
What about you?
It was good. Yeah. Family, just like Peter. Saw some family shots with Peter and his daughters there. Looked good.
Yeah. Yeah. I appreciated that family photo. That was nice. Let's see.
So are you going to join us in if Andrew decides he keeps talking about going to Austin? Are you going to? That's in your neighborhood, isn't it?
Yeah, that's about as close as y'all have ever been. I think the last time we did Texas was that Dallas? Where did we go? There was a time we did Texas as a meetup, but it's been a while. And yeah, I'd love to do Austin. Austin's great. My mom used to live there, and I've been there probably like 5 or 6 times in my life. So
Cool.
would love an Austin trip. Definitely. I'm not as familiar with it now. It's probably been 6 years since I've been back. I used to know a couple of cool spots, but even one of them got taken down. There used to be this huge art installation, quote unquote, where people would do graffiti, and then they tore it down and put some condominiums. So the establishment came around and destroyed all the art.
Destroyed all the art.
Destroyed it. I don't think they preserved much of it. They took a couple of the walls and kept them, but there were some big pieces of concrete to preserve. It was basically like a hill with a bunch of broken down slabs, and graffiti artists would go there, do some work, and then a couple months later someone would cover it and do more, and it would keep repeating. So you could go there pretty much every couple months and see something new. See, like, everything was new. And it was, not policeable. They didn't cause any trouble with law enforcement because no one's using the installations. But now it's a bunch of condominiums, so I imagine that is not allowed anymore.
No longer allowed.
Graffitiable.
Tesla. What a weird day in Tesla. There were some trading opportunities. Shame I was so distracted today. Tesla?
How we looking down here? We still digging the lows? Yeah, pretty deep down there. That damn open price rejected it real good. I thought we were getting 470 before it turned like that, but no, open price stopped us.
What's today?
There's a good candle move though. 30-minute low to high maneuver.
Huh.
Just got stuffed.
Did we do a survey on the 24th?
24th. Well, it was a half day, so would you have come in at 11 to do it?
I thought I did. I'll go back and check. Survey says well, if I did, I never closed it. I thought I started. Oh no, here it is. I did do a poll. Look at that. Posted 11:48 a.m.
I gotta be honest, Peter, I did not see Chunks in the family photo the first time. I was like, let's look at Peter's family. And then Chunks is there just staring back. I did not see him.
Oh, he just appeared. Wow. He's always there.
Chunks or snot?
What?
Oh, that's the Griswold family
Yeah,
Christmas.
yeah. That's the what is that?
Snots.
Yeah, he's like a big old
Ran Eddie.
Yeah. What type of dog is he?
Randy Quaid.
I can't remember the name. A Rottweiler, is he? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm.
The semiconductors, like, are all the semiconductors up?
So he's like that. If he gets going on your leg, Clark, best let him finish. Okay.
So yeah, Brian, they stuffed our silver every day a new high trade.
Yeah. Well, you knew
Damn
that.
margin requirements.
You saw that Friday volume, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was on a day where volume should have been light. That was just like incredible.
Yeah.
I knew that was going to be the mark, that the top for a while anyway, probably.
Yeah, it showed up on the leverage products too, like high volume on the short side. So I wanted to position around it, but I wasn't willing to go over the weekend on it. So it ended up being a weekend short.
Yeah. Well, it actually in the futures when they opened at whatever it was 6 o'clock, it was gapping up again.
On
But
Friday.
I guess between the open of the futures and the open today, it sold off.
Right. Yeah.
Tesla looks like it's heading lower here. It's got a big order at 460 still.
Yeah, today's volume. Yep. Yeah, you're right, sir. Lower spread today, but bigger volume. Well, I don't know about that actually. How big is this candle? 4% low to high. What's this, like 5%? Yeah. Yeah. I don't always like comparing just volume registry without doing a spread analysis, but I agree. As long as this candle doesn't grow anymore, that should be a higher volume with lower price action. It's just tough because like the price difference can make it seem like one of those is bigger when it drops that significantly, and I just look at percentages at that point. The only thing that matters though is that you go look at the futures and you say this candle is bigger than that candle. Because the real spread that I'm concerned with is this. They looked above Friday and then they engulfed Friday. That was the real trade. In one day, half of the range of the monthly candle was taken back on silver. That's kind of the idea of that trade. Because at one point we were trading at 70 or near 70. That's about half the distance of this candle. So that's what an intraday trader is looking for. A day where we can move some distance. And silver's got the juice.
Silver's got. It didn't look like it this morning though, did it? It was down. I mean, as we were joking this morning, Jared, right? It was down by 7%. Let's not panic, people.
and then it went down 9%.
Yeah.
And then maybe some people panicked, and now it's probably like 6% on the day. But platinum is another one. That one's down a lot too. It hit all the metals. Platinum went down 14%. So, you know,
Trying
just
to
a little
short
bit of
on
metal
Tesla.
volatility out there. What'd you say?
Short Tesla. I'm short Tesla.
Oh. You're going to take it lower, eh? You think you can get through 460 this time?
If it gets close to 460, I'll definitely take some off.
All the metals got a rock today. That was so funny there.
I'm checking the history, sorry, of the polls. I wanted to see if somebody did a poll on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And John did a poll right before the close. His only question was, did you make money? So he started right, and then I looked at the questions. Yay, I made some money, or I was robbed by the cruel hand of fate.
Okay, I'm just covering some of this short here. Trading the 460 puts. Markets are selling off a little bit here.
You know one thing you don't appreciate in your house? That a house, when it reaches an ambient temperature, everything in the house also reaches that ambient temperature.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Which, obviously we can all, say that it makes sense intellectually, but you don't always think about it. Like when my house was super freezing, I usually use like a water pick, and I went to use the water pick in the morning, and the water was so cold, it almost froze my teeth off. Blasting your teeth with like 50-degree water. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah.
It didn't even occur to me, right? I just assumed it would be normal, and then
that's a deep clean.
Oh my goodness!
I always boil a little water and then add it to the water in the water pick. It's just blasting all that ambient temperature water just doesn't feel good.
I don't usually worry about that, but but yeah, it was a lot colder than normal, anyways. This morning.
Does it have to be water?
I thought which was a pretty cool gift was my daughter got her partner a towel warmer.
Oh, okay.
So it's just like a little sort of circular basket or ceramic tub,
right?
And and I guess the kids like it more than he does. Put their pajamas in it, and
so it can handle like a large bath towel, not just like a face warmer type of towel.
No, it's the size of it's not much more than sort of 12-14 inches in diameter.
Yeah.
And about maybe about 2 feet high, 24 inches high. It's got a little lid on it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's so it literally just heats up the barrel, and then you put whatever you want in there, and it'll heat it up.
Yeah, you put whatever you want in there. Apparently, it's been a very popular gift
for the whole family. It sounds like
for the whole family.
Okay, well, I could have used
That'll be good.
100 of those in my house yesterday.
Yeah, you could have used one of those this morning, probably. Because how cold is it in Ottawa?
Which part of it? In my house, or no? It's been right now outside. It's only apparently it's windy. It's -1, but it feels like -12. So
Okay.
30. It's 30 degrees, but it feels like 20. I guess if I'm using American speak. But yeah. But it actually warmed up overnight. There was a lot of freezing rain last night, so that's
It's so cold outside. The local flasher just decided to describe himself to me.
something like that.
Something like that.
That's. I mean, anyways, it's warmer than it has been actually in a while. So minus 30. Wow, Tyler, where are you? It was getting cold before, but it hasn't been that cold yet this year.
It's so cold. My local pet store started selling penguins.
Where are you getting these, Brian? These are off the cuff.
Come on.
It's so cold, my wife feels warm by comparison.
There it is. There it is.
You know, is this where we're going? Like the old classic one-liners
Yeah, exactly.
that the old comedians would give?
Yeah. Yeah, the old Rodney Dangerfield shtick.
Steve, you're in Chicago area? You're far northern Ontario. Tyler, so far north you don't want to say? Like, are you like North Bay? Farther?
Will's been trading silver all day. I don't know which direction that's been going in, but
Will only takes long positions.
okay.
Will has been scouting bottoms all day. I can tell you for a fact. Not once have I heard Will say that he's shorting something. Exactly. Only a few shorts a year. Come on. This market's got
Between the two of us, we might have a normal trading pattern then.
That's true.
There you go.
I am mostly shorts for no good reason.
I wouldn't say the open of silver was a good, like, immediate short, but it was a short biased market today.
I just want to know where Tyler is now. Where would be minus 30 in Northern Ontario? Are you like?
It's really cold up in the Yukon and that area.
I mean, he's talking to us, so I assume he has good internet. You're not like up near Cap, are you? I have a guy. I don't talk to him much anymore, but he was always talked about being from Cap. Kapuskasing.
Oh, Kapuskasing, yeah. Up in Northern Ontario.
Yeah.
That's way up north.
That's pretty far. Makes Sudbury look tropical.
Yeah, exactly.
This market right at all-time highs, and then just keeps pulling in just a tad. Where's that excitement?
Where's the excitement?
Where's just the jump in at any price kind of buyer? You know?
Show me some enthusiasm, market. Come on, put your back into it.
I mean, when you really think about it, I could have sold all of my SPY in October, and then I could have waken up 2 months later and nothing changed.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, October.
Top of October.
Yeah.
I would have had to right at the end of October. Yeah.
Brian, you still holding on to some of that Tesla?
No. I got stopped out back at break even on the rest, unfortunately.
I wasn't sure where your entry was if you survived that little pullback. So.
No. I was in at about $7 on the puts, and then got stopped out when it got back there. But I did manage to take a significant partial, so I managed to make a few dollars on that.
Some shekels. Put some shekels in.
A few shekels. Hey, do you have one of those stand-up desks, don't you, Peter?
I do. I'm standing at it now.
Thinking, yeah, I was thinking of buying one now that the Boxing Day sales are on.
I think it's worth doing. Honestly, it's at first I didn't like it, and it was like I would stand for an hour and it would hurt my back, and I'm like, this is crazy. But it took about a week and a half to 2 weeks, and then after that, now it's fine. I can stand here all day. In fact, I have been standing for probably about 2 months now, nonstop. So you do get your knees still get tired. Like if you stand in the same spot for too long, and you try and go up and down stairs, you're like, oh. Like you gotta get them like mobile, but it's better that than sitting in a chair and atrophying. So
yeah.
So anyways, my alarm just went off, guys, which means it's almost 1 to 10 time here. We've got about 10 seconds. I don't know what we're gonna get today. Apple would be great for a big pop higher and then a drop, but I'm not sure we're gonna get that. Tesla, of course, being at the lows makes it a little tougher. I don't like it at extremes. Time just ticked. We are getting a pop higher on Apple, so that's good. That's what I wanted to see, Apple. Let's see if you can give me some love, Apple. NVIDIA popped higher. So did AMD. Let's see if we can get the volume, guys. I need the volume to follow here, because otherwise I won't know if you're serious about going back the other way.
See if Tesla can finish the 460s before the close. Good 90 cents left.
Wow, Apple.
Yeah, MU is kind of neat because it's our strongest stock today, as far as I can tell.
Apple. Nice. All right, the minute's about to end here.
Yeah, strongest stock in the NASDAQ. So buyers want 300.
That's a bad entry. I didn't quite get the top there. I was trying to nail the top of Apple. It filled me lower than expected. There we go. Now we're getting a little move. Come on, Apple.
NVIDIA popped and dropped there. Oh, Tesla's heading to 460. Oh, damn. Oh, these puts are gonna go $8.
Does MU make its chips on silver or something? Why do the charts look so similar?
Here comes 460 on Tesla. Ah, crap! That order's been sitting there all day. I think.
Yeah. Market maker had to go back up.
92,000 shares. You like your stand-up desk too? Yeah, I'm thinking I should get one. What the hell?
What the heck? I mean, get one of the automatic ones so it's not such a pain. I have an old crank one that I get my.
Yeah.
But that way it's easy too. If you change your mind, you just hit the button. You got two pre-programmed settings or whatever, and it just goes right back down. Right?
Yeah.
Like you don't have to.
Yeah.
You don't have to sweat it.
Yeah, I would get the electric with the presettings. I just bought a new laptop as well.
Didn't you just now? Didn't you just get one a few months ago?
Well, I got one of Andrew's computers from when he fired all those people. I shouldn't say fired them. He let them go because the AI was replacing them.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm still. When I was in Thailand, I was still trading with my gaming computer, which I should never have bought for a portable computer.
Yeah, I've got a gaming one here as well, and I find it's really heavy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, come
Yeah.
on.
It's not
Whoa,
just
Apple.
and it's not just the computer, it's that damn brick that you have to haul along with it.
Yeah, that power brick is amazing, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
like
So it weighs as much as the computer.
exactly. Oh, there we go.
Ooh.
Come on, Apple. Another partial here on Apple.
Oh,
I
here we
actually got
go.
stopped out on
You-
Apple, and I got back in because it still looked good for a drop for me.
That was a nice. You see that drop on Tesla? Damn.
Yeah. When they filled it, it dropped 50 cents. That was nice.
All right.
Now the question is, how low can they go before the close?
I'm not-
Because those are the orders, but who would stop it now? Oh, are they going to
I'm
absorb?
sharing a screen. There we go.
Oh, they got to throw the wick there. Okay. Oh, that was neat. End of day fills like that. There's a gap on Tesla in this area too, which makes it kind of sketchy. But if the sellers can fill this gap up and then buyers can kind of revert, we'd probably still be looking for some breakouts later. Just don't like it today.
Wow, it came right back up.
That darn gap. No gap left behind, right? Like no man
gap left behind. Yeah, look at the pop on. They just took out all those orders, 90,000 orders on Tesla,
Wow.
and then popped it back up.
All right, and I got stopped out on Apple, on the rest of it. So, but that wasn't bad. It's not bad for a little trade into the close. Glad I got back into it.
Dance with me.
Mr. Pie Joe, this used to be what Power Hour was like all the time. We had a whole hour of this. It would be lots of fun. Now we're lucky to get 10 minutes. I remember when, back in my day.
The power 1/6 hour.
I wonder what the open's going to be like when the Nasdaq goes 23 hours a day.
It's going to take us probably like a week to get adjusted to that.
Yeah.
I don't know what to think about that. I don't know how they're going to do like the session delineation. They're going to, some of the algos.
I think they're going to. I don't think they're going to be 24 hours. I think I thought I heard it was going to be like 23 hours with an hour for clearing trades and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Because there has to be a beginning and an end, especially for your when is your transaction going to clear, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's N+1 now.
I hope I hope it's sort of treated by Wall Street the way the extended hours were treated, right? Because right now the market is technically open 16 hours a day, right?
True.
Because it closes at 8 and opens at 4 a.m. So, but Wall Street still largely kept to their hours, which is what gives us that good open volatility and the movement that we rely upon. So that's what I'm hoping.
It's just there's elements of when can traders execute using marketable orders or market orders. There's also the London and Asia sessions to consider.
Yeah.
Which I'm not sure how they're going to adapt to those changes.
Yeah, like having the market open during the opening of all the other markets would be an interesting change, because now you got to maybe potentially have to pay attention to the news globally,
right?
Because that could have an impact very directly. So yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, most certainly it's going to kill the 1 to 10 trade, I believe. Because there'd be no need. I mean, there's no need now for anybody to settle 10 minutes to the close.
Sure.
But we see it all the time. It's more of a historic thing. So I figure this change would give them the excuse to, stop that, to finally update their practices. But we'll see. Is it a for sure thing, or because they're still just thinking about doing a test, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not really up on the news and that, other than I heard they had made some application to the SEC. I think is what I heard.
Well, it is still a proposal right now.
I mean, I gotta imagine the SEC probably won't say no. They're gonna feel pressure from like crypto markets and things, but
Yeah.
which are open 24 hours. But I don't think they have to worry about it myself. But, oh wow, we're getting a little more volatility right now.
That was about as good of a gap fill as I've ever seen. That was a perfect connection between where we opened on the gap and where we closed the previous day. It's perfect. High to low. Can't draw it any better.
There's the closing bell. All right.
There you go. Well, there you go. Ding, ding, ding.
Well, that was our third to last day in the market this year.
Yes, it is.
Hopefully it was a good one.
Okay, well, at least I got one trade off. The only trade I did all day was the 1 to 10.
Nice.
I mean, that's largely because I
Last
was
day,
shivering too
the
much.
I guess the last day for settling anything in 2025 is going to be tomorrow.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh,
Yeah, because you
And
need
that's where we would see things like final day tax loss harvesting,
exactly.
which would be typically something that's beaten up, would be sold. Take the loss on a weak stock. So what are some weak names? Like a TTD is pretty beaten up this year. A Target is pretty beaten up this year. Those might be some places to look for some harsh tax loss selling.
Yeah, Harvey. Yeah, you never know. They may just keep the regular open and close the same. It just be longer extended hours. I don't know.
Yeah. It's mostly just knowing where the volume comes in and
Yeah.
where to mark some of those kickoff events, because everything we reference right now is open price, and I guess from pre-market maybe that 8 a.m. candle, because it has some effects on how the ranges are built, but we need to know where the market opens. So whatever time that is, we'll need volume behind it too. It's really just when the brokers are executing orders, right? So like a flurry of market orders come in, it's because the market is finally accepting those orders for the first time on the day.
Tesla's continuing to sell off here.
all right. Well, I'm done for the day. I'm gonna go see what the family's doing. Make sure the heat's still coming out the vents.
Nice.
Take care, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right.
Later.
Have a good rest of your day, Peter.
Thank you, sir.
Jared.
Later, Peter.
And enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well.
And everyone else. We'll see what tomorrow brings.
All right. Have a great one. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye for now.